How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome. We all well? Hope we're good. I hear that there might be, a little birdie tells me, that there's a new game that everybody's playing. A new game that's actually an old game. What kind of crazy wizardry is this? Well, that means, though, is maybe we'll have the beta to ourselves. Maybe it'll be a nice, peaceful, quiet, no stress, relaxed day. Probably not. Let's get things up and running. Let's load in. Wrath Hype's already over. 10 hours old. It's 10 out. It's done. People have hit 80. Or, well, one person's hit 80, from what I can gather. So glad you're not playing Wrath. No, I don't. I mean, I might play it a little bit in my spare time, in my personal time, but no, not Jokered. What's how do you pronounce it? Noah from Echo. He hit 80 on his Paladin, I think. He hit 80 when I don't think anybody else had even hit 78. So fuck knows what he did, but he went hardcore degen mode. Fair play to the lad. All right, let's get things loaded. It was quite funny. I tuned into a couple of people just quickly this morning on Twitch who I assumed had been playing it for 10 hours already, and I assumed would be mostly done with the leveling by this point. And I found people on like level 71 and 72. Was there server issues? Was there problems? Something didn't or is all the people I tuned into more caring about, gotta farm up that Saronite, or gotta get into Ungaro Crater and skin those beasts? I don't know. Right, what I wanted to do first thing this morning, I wanted to do a very quick refresh, super quick refresh of, let's call it a TLDR for yesterday's stream. We spent the best part of 5 hours yesterday playing around and pissing about with Inscription to try and get an understanding of what the Dark Moon card situation is going to look like. First to get the Time Lost Proto Drake. That's a smart move, Fresh servers. He's probably chilling round Storm Peaks. Somebody's got to go get him, right? You watch, some hunter will tame him. It was a 5-hour Hearthstone simulator, or just pack openings, just opening packs and packs and packs. Yeah, there was a little bit of that, I'm not going to lie. Basically, everybody I've been watching has been going really chill. I think it's one of those, the hardcore zerging to max level doesn't really make a lot of sense for me in Classic. Classic is more about the journey than it is the destination. Whereas retail, it's all about the destination, right? Well, welcome in, Persephone. How are you doing? You got a cool little icon next to your name. How do you get this palm tree business on the go? TwitchCon 2022 logo. Ah, I see. There we go. Watching Banthus go insane over ruined Witherbark and Chilled Runes. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That's a bit annoying. But right, yeah, a 5 minutes. I almost want to put a timer up on the screen so I don't run over on this one. A 5-minute TLDR on yesterday's Dark Moon crafting shenanigans. Firstly, Dark Moon cards operate in a very different way to what we've ever known them to operate. The fact that they use absolutely zero herbs is a monumental change to the Dark Moon landscape. Let's put it that way. 0 herbs being consumed in the creation of Dark Moon cards is big. It's big because what they've chosen to replace the herbs with in crafting them is arguably going to be an even scarcer, even more expensive, even more sought after material in the early days of Dragonflight. They have switched Dark Moon cards. You craft bundles, because who doesn't love opening packs, right? You create a bundle of Dragon Isles cards, and they take awakened essences. These are the big boy essences. The rousing essences are the baby ones. You take 10 baby ones to make a daddy one. These are the big boy ones, and these are going to be remarkably sought after and you know, in terms pricey. Very, very pricey to begin with. Awakened Air, Earth, Fire, and Frost are relatively simplistic to come by. Although their quantity, until you spec into being really good at gathering them, is still very limited. You can get them by mob grinding, you can get them by herbalism, you can get them from mining, I do even believe you can get them from skinning. Engineering has a clever little tool that you can use to extract essences from certain mobs in conjunction with enchanting in some way. I can't remember, I need to look into that in more detail. But the TLDR is that you can get the air, the earth, the fire, and the frost relatively simply. Awakened Order, on the other hand, could be the bottleneck. This could be the sticky situation for crafting Dark Moon cards. This stuff is seemingly, now this just may be the fact, this may be blissful ignorance here. It could be blissful ignorance because they could be easy to get. But I've played on the beta for a long time. I've leveled a character to 70. I've done practically every single quest in existence, and I had like 4 of them. So at least through world content alone, and that character had herbalism and mining as well, by the way. So at least through regular gathering and regular world play, Awakened Order, not very easy to get your hands on. This could be the bottleneck. But okay, all of that aside, you've got the materials, you're crafting a bunch of these. What are you going to expect from them? What's going to happen when you start opening these packs? Well, when you start opening the packs, normal stuff happens, right? Normal stuff happens. You end up with a bunch of the cards, 1 through till 8, exactly the same as it is normally. The difference here, though, is that 2 all the way to 8, as you can see here, are rare. They're blue. They're rare ones. The irony being is that they won't be rare in the slightest, and I'll talk about why in a second. 2 through till 8 are the rare ones. You're going to get loads of these, and on roughly, by my calculations, roughly on a 1 to 2% chance will you get the ace. It's all about chasing the ace. The ace is literally the linchpin for all of this entire system. The aces are epic, and the aces are considerably rarer. Like I said, somewhere in the region of about a 1 to 2% drop chance from a bundle when it comes to getting the ace. This is the true bottleneck to the entire system. Of course, you cannot make a trinket until you have all 8 cards. 7 of them are going to be easily acquirable, easy to come by. The ace is going to be the sticky one. It's all about trying to get these aces. Now, of course, they're commodities. All of these can go on the region-wide auction house, meaning that the first few days, prices of these might be very, very loopy, as people try and snag them up when they first see them, thinking they might be a bargain, until they ultimately realise that 2 through till 8 is vendor trash, and I mean literally vendor trash. If I can sell the 2 through till 8 for anything close to crafting cost, that's a big win. Because the incentive is going to be to churn out bundles of cards as fast as humanly possible to try and get the aces. You'll end up with way more of these than you ever need. Luckily, some clever clogs put together a spreadsheet. Can you guess who? I'll give you 2 guesses who. I put together a little bit of information on this. We were crafting this a touch on stream yesterday. I kind of have what I feel is the finished version of it now. So let's bring this into screen. I put together. Whoa! What's going on here? Relax. Let's actually, considering we can maybe go like this. I don't want to have too much of it hidden behind my camera. That's the thing. Okay, you can see most of it here. So, a little bit of a cheat sheet for Dark Moon card crafting. We did some data gathering to begin with. In total yesterday, I crafted and opened 500 packs and calculated everything that we got. nothing in your spec tree, none of your stats as a crafter is going to adjust the amount of cards you get from the packs. You get 2 cards every pack. I'm somewhat convinced that there's a talent in the spec trees that is just flat out broken, that doesn't work. It's one that is designed to improve your chances of getting certain cards. Doesn't seem to make any effect whatsoever. We might have to reevaluate that in the future. But the TLDR is, as you can see from some of these numbers, we were getting over opening 1,000 cards from a total 1,000 cards. We were getting between 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 in some cases of the 2 through till 8, but a remarkably lesser amount of the aces. The Earth deck, we only got 4 aces. The Fire deck, we only got 4 aces. The Frost deck, we got 4 aces. And the Air deck, we got 2. Ultimately meaning that from 1,000 cards or 500 packs, we were still only able to get enough cards to combine to make 14 decks or 14 trinkets. You start doing the maths on that and it starts to get remarkably scary. Let's say if you, and this is where a nice little calculator comes in. This is longer than 5 minutes, isn't it? A little calculator comes in here. You put in your prices of your awakened order, your glittering parchments of vendor material. It seems remarkably pointless, but I thought I'd put it there just for shits and giggles. And then your batch size. Let's just quickly change this to 500 to emphasize what I replicated yesterday. 500 packs that I opened yesterday. If, and this is very big if you can get all of your awakened essences for at or around 500 gold, which I feel personally is a very, very conservative price for these, considering how much we know that they're going to be in demand and considering how much we know how we know that they're relatively difficult to come by. 500 gold, I think, is a very, very conservative value for each one of these, meaning if you want to make 500 packs, it's a little bit hard to see down here, the grand total of 3,751,000 gold to make those 500 packs. And as we previously worked out, that 3,751,500 gold, let's put this in the middle, is what you would need to spend roughly, assuming you could buy the materials, and that was enough to get you 14 decks. No more, no less. You know, you're limited by the quantity of aces, meaning you have an average deck cost here, if we do the simple maths of equals that big number, divide that by the amount of decks that we had available to us, gives you an average deck price at cost, let me remind you, at cost of 267,000 gold. Now, if Dark Moon decks cost 270k, guess what people are going to want to sell them for? There is no chance that people are going to want to sell them for 270k if that's what it costs them to make it. Now, obviously, that 270k is going to mean that you have a boatload, a metric ton of spare 2 through till 8 to sell and do something with. But if you're in that situation, do not forget that everybody will be in that situation. There is no feasible way for there ever to be a shortage of 2 through till 8 with this system as it currently stands. So 2 through till 8 are basically vendor trash. They're not exactly vendor trash, and we'll talk about why in a second. Are we up to 3 minutes out of the 5 yet? I'm not sure. But yeah, if you have a cost of 270,000 gold for a single trinket, there ain't nobody out there that's going to be doing this and risking this amount of gold to make trinkets at 270k that's not going to try and sell them for 1 million gold apiece. There's no way it'll happen. Look at Dark Moon cards the first week in any previous expansion. You usually, in the first couple of days, if you're taking the big risk and you're buying those big numbers, you would probably be looking to 4 to 5x your initial cost of materials when selling the trinkets in the first couple of days. There ain't no way that's happening if this system stays the way that it is. There's one very simple, easy solution to this, and Blizzard just needs to up the drop rate of the aces. Right now, 1 to 2% drop chance on the ace is too small. It's basically playing a little game of chase the ace. You don't care what you get in the pack unless it's an ace. It's like in Pokemon terms, you trying to hunt a Charizard and you care about none of the other cards, but you can't play the game until you get a Charizard. It's not exactly the way that you would expect a system like this to be. You can recycle the spare cards that you have. You can break them down. You do have to spec into this though, so make it be known that you will not be able to do this very quickly. You certainly won't be able to do this in the first week of the expansion, I would imagine, because you need to not only spec into, you probably want to spec into recycling cards, you also want to be spending your knowledge points on making the trinkets better, because there's two aspects to this. Even once you've got the complete deck, you still have to then focus on making the trinkets and making the trinkets at the highest quality. So your knowledge points are going to be, valuable to you at the beginning. You're probably not going to be speccing into recycling cards. But even when you can recycle the cards, the recycle rates are dog shit. Each card that you recycle gives you half an essence back, roughly. And if you look up here, each one costs, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 awakened essences to make each one. And if you break down a card, you get half an awakened back. That's not great. And you can never, ever, ever recuperate Awakened Order, which still means that Awakened Order is going to be the bottleneck. By far. By far. So the whole system, as it seems at the moment, is incredibly top-heavy on finding the aces. It can be easily rectified if Blizzard just ups the amount of aces, the drop rate. You can see down here, I put some little geek stats in here. Your chances of getting a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 is somewhere in the region of 15% every time. But you've only got a 1.4% chance of pulling the ace out. So, you're going to be able to complete basically 10 decks before you'll get an ace. Which means you can't technically complete 10 decks, you can only complete the one. It's going to be, it needs some tweaking, it needs some adjusting. So yeah, that's probably as much detail as I can go into Dark Moon cards at the moment with how it currently stands on the beta. TLDR being is if it goes live in this fashion, you're going to have to find people who are willing to spend disgusting amounts of gold on these Dark Moon trinkets. The concern there is that people won't. And I would also like to clarify, these scary numbers of 270,000 gold for a single trinket is based on very conservative material costs. It's quite feasible for me, considering Awakened Order's likely to be the bottleneck material here, for this to be 2,000 gold apiece. This one's going to be the expensive one. It's hard to acquire. It's going to be needed. There's no way to recuperate them. That is going to put your deck, even your Awakened Order being 2,000 gold apiece, ups your deck value, deck total cost into the 400,000s. Not good. Not good. This is cost as well. Let's not forget costs, not what you'll be selling them for. To take this amount of cost, you would expect to see some serious return on whatever you're investing. Yeah, risky business for sure. Any questions before we move on and do some other stuff? Because I'm cautious to not have today's stream be a complete Dark Moon card fiasco like it was yesterday. Can alchemists transmute to Awakened Order? Potentially. I've not looked at alchemy in enough detail. Alchemists do have a transmute to it, I believe. Transmute. No. No. Alchemists can't transmute to Awakened Order. They can take Awakened Order and they can break it down. They have transmute order to elements, and they have decay to elements, but they do not have the ability to transmute to an awakened order. Oh dear. Oof. Big oof. Format number get some separators. Yeah, formatting is not so much of my concern right now. And why are those trinkets so important again? Well, once you can put all 8 cards together, you generate an item level 350 trinket. Shall I make a fire one just because I can? When you combine all of the 8 cards together, you get an item level 350 bind on equip trinket. Now, this by itself is alright. Let's not muck about. It's a pretty good trinket. You're likely to ding level 70 at or around item level 330. 350 then is about what you'd start to expect to get from world quests. So it's not outrageous in that regard, but this is only step 1 of the whole process, right? Once you have got your basic Dark Moon trinket, what you actually do is you turn it into a Dark Moon deck box. This is the trinkets that people actually want. In a weird twist of fate, your basic decks, your basic trinkets are actually materials. That deck then goes into the production of the true trinket that people actually are going to want. But these then, when crafted, are the same as most other high-end crafted gear. It's bind on pickup. It's going to have to go through the work order system. As you can see here, your Dark Moon deck Inferno becomes a reagent for the crafting of this. And then to get the real trinket that people really actually want, you have to add yet more awakened to it, another 8 awakened essence. So that's in theory, even at that conservative 500 gold a piece, that's another 4,000 gold. It takes a spark of ingenuity, which is a presumably 1 a week limited commodity item. Bind on pickup, going to need to be supplied by the person that puts in the order. Primal Chaos is a small currency-like material that is also bind on pickup and is used in much greater quantities, and in turn can be converted up to increase the item level of other gear, but that's another story. Once again, these 2 epic items are going to need to be supplied by the person putting in the order. 15 Writhe Bark, meh, don't matter, it's just some, it's just some basic herbs. But 15 Cosmic Ink, that's a sizable amount of Cosmic Ink. I've not gone as far as to work out true values for the inks yet, but 15 Cosmic Ink is not going to be cheap either. 15 Cosmic Inks could easily be in the range of 15 to 20, 30, maybe even 45,000 gold just by themselves. So these end trinkets, to get the actual trinket that people really want, based upon the crafting cost of these basic trinkets via the cards, is monstrous. Actually monstrous. So only time will tell whether people care enough to want them. That's going to be that's going to be the that's going to be the crucial thing here. The market falls apart if nobody wants them. People obviously will want them. Depends on how much they're going to be willing to pay for them, though. What is the source for Awakened Order? Are they particularly for mobs or from dungeon drops? Sounds like an interesting material to track. Yeah, I agree. The honest answer is I don't really know. I have, so far on the beta, leveled a character from 60 to 70, completing every single quest I can, in every single zone that I can. I have done the majority of world quests that have been available to me. I have leveled up, or tried to, as much as feasible, level up the 4 major factions, so much so that one of them is capped at level 25 now. And I still, in all of that process, have come across maybe 4 Awakened Order. The problem is I have no idea where I got them from. So, because I wasn't considering tracking them at the time. My assumption would be is they might end up just being a straight up mob grind. And if they become a mob grind, I shit you not, that's going to be a 2x4 hotspot. And people will make millions from it. They come from the Titan Touched Overload herb nodes. Is this a confirmed source? I was interested, went to Wowhead to see what they had. Okay, nice. That's cool to know. That we can test then. That we can test. This is kind of what I wanted to test. I wanted to jump over to the other realm where I have my max level character, and I wanted to see if any changes had been made to herbalism and mining since the last patch, because I've not really had much time to, you know, simulate playing Dragonflight. I've been focused on the test realms for the professions. So Titan Touched Overloaded Herbs. 10 rousing order goes into making 1 awakened order. Yes, it's a 10-to-1 conversion. Interestingly, on the beta as well, they've now made that conversion in the other direction as well. If you can turn rousing to awakened and awakened to rousing at 0 tax. It's a 10-to-1 and a 1-to-10 ratio. So yeah, this character, apologies the fact that it's the middle of the night, you know, NA server times and what, but this character has hit level 70, has run through every single zone and has done practically every single quest that's available, all of the story quests, the complete campaign, all of the side stories. There's only 1 or 2 actual quests that I still need to do. I've, as you can see, gone through and cleared most of the world quests in a bunch of the zones as well. There's not many more world quests I need to complete. I've done basically everything in the open world that I can do on this character. There's a couple of world quests I still have to do here. 6 hours left. Maybe I'll bang these out. This character, with all of that, on top of the fact that I've got Dragon Scale Expedition to 25, and I've leveled some of the other factions a touch as well. Still, if I do a little bit of a search here through my essences, through herbalism and mining, some rousing air, some rousing frost, some rousing fire, which some of can be converted up, but only 48 rousing order. 48 rousing order, so less than 5 in total, less than 5 awakened order. And I've had herbalism and mining for hours. I've been flying around, I've been like tapping up nodes. I spent a good few hours herbing and mining simply because I wanted to start tracking the locations of some of the spawns to see if there was any obvious routes that start to appear. Now, I've not done a huge amount in all of the zones. In fact, the Azure Span, I've not really spent any time in at all yet. But yeah, like I said, through just general ass people playing the game, you're not likely to come across these Awakened Order all that frequently. So it's going to be fun. What I did want to do today, though, is, like I said, I wanted to just, you know, simulate and play test being just, you know, a real character. And have a little bit of a playthrough and see if any of the herbalism and mining changes have been implemented, or if there has been any changes being made. But so people are claiming it's the Titan Touched. What's this then? See, the Titan Touched has the same symbol as the Awakened Order. Don't forget seeds are working now. Oh, true. Saxifrage is a sturdy herb that can grow in a multitude of places, whilst generally found in rugged locations like mountains or on cliffs. Blah, 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 blah. Ooh, herbs that grow in areas rich in the influence of the Titans, such as the Waking Shores and Thaldraszus, may similarly become empowered. These types of herbs grant a boon on the herbalist who stumbles upon them, as well as some rousing order. Herbalists specialized in Titan-touched herbs will gain the following effect when gathering. Enlightened potential. It will increase the speed by 15%. Gatherers specialized in Titan-touched nodes will also have their secondary stats increased by 3%. So, Mastering the elements, Titan touched. Your knowledge of Titan touched herbs allows you to truly embrace the flashes of enlightenment they grant, increasing the duration of the enlightenment buff. Finesse, skill when picking them up, perception whilst gathering Titan touched herbs. The amount of overload cooldown refunded by gathering herbs is increased by a small amount. That just means you can use your overload ability more frequently. More finesse, more skill, perception. The arcane gates now stay open for a short time after passing through them, allowing you to return. Okay. Mastering the elements. Study the intricacies of the awakening elements within the Dragon Isles and their effects on plant life, gaining +1 skill point in this specialization whilst gathering elementally charged herbs. You are able to gather more elemental essence from elementally charged herbs. This is going to catch a lot of people out. Unless somebody makes a stink about it. But this is going to catch a bunch of people out because when you pick up herbalism or when you pick up mining, it very naturally, when you first have access to these spec trees, it makes a lot of sense to you, and the logical thing to do is to go, right, well, I'm a herbalist. What's more beneficial to me? What's really important to me? Picking up more herbs. So you're very quickly going to fall into... Many people, I think... Now, this will obviously be a choice, but I do feel that many people might fall into the trap of just dumping all of their points, exactly like I did, dumping all of their points into increasing the amount of herbs that they gain. Skill when gathering herbs, learn a sub-spec. Finesse whilst gathering herbs, learn a sub-spec. Learn to be able to refine the herbs, learn a sub-spec. I did all of this to be able to unlock the sub-specs, which at first glance gives you a chance to gather additional Hockenbloom. This one, upon unlocking it, gives you the chance to gather additional Writhe Bark. This one, same scenario, gives you an increased chance to gather additional Saxifrage. And my goal was to get to at least to here, to where I would then be able to, whichever node I tap onto, pick it up, quicker. That was that was the logical thing for me. You're a herbalist, focus on picking up more herbs. But that's actually not the way you should, that's not the optimal path, because herbs are herbs. I don't think there's going to be the early days demand for herbs that people might expect there to be. Realistically, what people are going to want and what will be more lucrative for you as a herbalist will be mastering the elements. With the primals unleashed, there are competing magic raging across the Isles, some of it's pooling on or around the precious herbs. Unlock the overload ability to tap into these magics, in addition to improving your skills at gathering the herbs they afflict. Study the intricacies of awakened elements within the Dragon Isles and their effects on plant life, gaining more skill in this specialization when gathering elementally charged herbs. This is what you're going to be hunting for. You're going to be sure, you'll pick up herbs on your path, sure, but your main goal is to keep your overload on, overload, you want to get this cooldown down as fast as possible. The way you get this down as fast as possible is by just hitting more herbalism nodes. But what you're really after is you're trying to find those elementally charged herbs. And then you want to min-max the results from that. So Windswept, let's take a little look in the journal just very quickly. See what Windswept and what... okay, so you can see here. So if you find the bloody versions of Hockenbloom, which you only find in war mode, by the way. Those who live to gather the herbs are said to become empowered whilst also finding additional rare reagents. Those rare reagents are awakened or rousing blood. Would mastering the elements be unlocked at 0? Probably not. You would probably have to choose to unlock it at 25. It's 25, 50, and 75, I think, if I remember rightly, on these. Or maybe it... I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe it is. It's the same for mining, though. Mining is going to be the same scenario, right? Mining is going to be the exact same. You're going to want to spec into mastering the elements. Screw getting the ores. It's the elements that are going to make you money. The additional reagents from the bloody ones is going to be rousing. Decaying, Hockenbloom. Hockenbloom is the most common herb found across the Dragon Isles. True, can confirm. It can be found practically any terrain, growing wherever possible. Herbs exposed to the essence of decay become wilted versions of their former selves. The plants are still usable, but would-be gatherers are exposed to the decay, affecting them with illness. It can be worth it though, as these herbs are a dependable source of rousing decay. Herbalists specialised in decayed herbs will gain the following effect. Controlled decay. Become empowered by present decay magic. Your overload herbalism node spell is recharging at 400% the normal rate. So you want to tap a decay node to increase your overload recharge rate. You want to keep this controlled decay buff up on you. Now I can't remember at all anywhere finding a decayed node. Say you want to pick 100 herbs, how long would it take you? I mean 100 nodes. Depends how long is a piece of string. You know, if you've got dragon riding and you've maxed out dragon riding, probably less time than somebody that hasn't maxed out dragon riding. It's one of those things that's really difficult to test, because also on the let's not forget, on the beta, most people are not herbalism and mining in any form of active 10 minutes or 2 hours. I mean, 100 nodes, it's not far different from retail. You've got to fly, find a node, mine it, mount back up, fly to the next one. I don't know, 100 nodes would probably, let's say you do 2 nodes a minute, 120 nodes an hour, I guess, roughly. But like I said, on beta, right now, if I go out and do herbalism, all the nodes have spawned, because I'll be the only one doing it. I'll have free reign, which means I will probably come across more nodes more frequently on the beta than you would probably do on live. So decay, I guess it's quite simple then. Decayed Hockenbloom is going to give you rousing decay, which is also needed, but in nowhere near as the quantity from what I've assessed so far. But you're going to want to tap a decayed node as quick as possible to get this buff on your overload. Frigid Hockenbloom is going to be your source for rousing frost. Envelops you in a cloud of frost, which causes any enemies who approach you too close to become frozen momentarily. Very handy for swooping in, picking up a node, swooping out. If they get I wonder if freezing them, I wonder if them getting frozen drops aggro. That would be interesting. Lush ones. Lush is just, you know, like a rich version. It just gives you more. Titan Touched is where we're going to get your rousing order from. Windswept is then likely to give you rousing air. And then regular. So yeah, it's Titan touch stuff you're going to be zipping about trying to find for the rousing order. In theory, then, that does kind of mean that although you're most likely to come across a bunch of essences. Frost, you're obviously getting the frigid ones are mostly in. This is starting to piece together. Frigid ones you mostly get in Azure Span. The Anaran Plains is most frequently the windswept ones. The Waking Shores gives you Titan touched ones a lot. And Thaldraszus, I've not really done any herbing and mining in, but this could be where you find the. It wouldn't surprise me if it's around Thaldraszus where you end up finding the decay ones. It'd be worthwhile to eventually do some analysis on the usage of different awakened essences across the professions to try and gain an idea of the demand for each. It may be balanced, but I doubt it. I've kind of thought about, and it's something that I've put off doing just because they're making so many changes on the beta so far, but I am sort of halfway there already. I was thinking that maybe, because I have now already the foundation of like a pattern database, which would make this analysis really easy. A pattern database of every single pattern in the game, or every single pattern for every single profession coming into Dragonflight. Now I'm starting to get it with my just patterns and locations here. I'm thinking of, dragging all of this into a separate sheet and just having a pattern database, but filling it with more stuff, filling it with other information such as all of the materials that go into making it as well, which means then you can very quickly and easily sort and, count up, and you can do all sorts of things to find out what the demands would be on each of the different materials. Demand for each is going to be more than available, at least at the beginning. Yeah, for sure. But okay. It seems to be then that Awakened Order is it the same for mining then? We've assessed through herbalism that, tapping the right elemental type of herb is your ticket to getting that. And then you can spec into mastering the elements to presumably improve your results, right? If you tap into Titan Touched specialization over here, you get the buff. That actually means the very first. My God, you really do want to put all of your points in here. You seriously want to put all your points in here to begin with. Screw this one. Screw getting more herbs. You'll get more herbs passively just by doing it. The more time you invest in it, the more herbs you'll get. This is what you want to be putting all your points in mastering the elements. You first want to unlock the decayed one. So this will give you the buff. Yeah, you want to get the decayed buff as quickly as possible because that's going to speed up your overload. Then you want to go wherever the majority of the essences, the majority of the herbs are that give you the essence that you're after. Initially, I can see it very much being the Titan touched ones, which if the journal has anything to go by, the Titan touched ones seem to come mostly from the Waking Shores or Thaldraszus. So this actually this indicates then that you might in the very first day see a surplus of rousing order because everybody will be leveling through the Waking Shores on day one. And every time somebody does an overload on a Titan touched Hockenbloom in the first zone, day one might be a good day to pick up some of these cheap. I like the fact that even for gathering, specializations will make a tangible difference to the strategy and how you play. Yeah, I'm really I'm quite glad they've done what they have done with the gathering. I was a big advocate for pushing for gathering to be baseline. I wanted herbalism and mining to be available for everybody. But I do think that there's kind of enough depth to the herbalism and mining now for them to stand out as their own professions. I'm happy to admit defeat that actually they have done a good enough job, I feel. I'm not scared of saying I was wrong. But I guess then, let's try... I guess I just need to do some herbalism. Actually, what I did want to do... I just remembered what I did really want to do was see if the same is here. So if we look at the journal... Titan touched... Okay, it doesn't strictly say. Doesn't strictly say that mining works in the same fashion, but we already know that the molten deposits are going to give you the abundance of rousing fire. I'm almost convinced that mining is just undercooked compared to herbalism right now. I don't think that they've that mining has caught up from a development perspective. I think herbalism is far closer to its end game design. They probably are going to upgrade mining to work in the same fashion. I would hazard a guess. But that would also lead me to believe that Titan touched deposits should also then give the Awakened Order. I assume these elements are needed for all the professions. Yeah, pretty much. The rousing and the TLDRs, yes, they're needed for every profession for crafting, which is why they almost feel as if they're going to be there's going to be more of a demand for those than even the regular herbs. Herbs in the first couple of weeks of the expansion are going to either be speculatively bought by alchemists looking to level up alchemy and looking to then start stocking up on potions and whatever for when the raid comes out. Alternatively, by scribes looking to level up inscription. But scribes are not going to be consuming anywhere near the amount of herbs that they used to. Sure, they need a lot of herbs to make inks and all that sort of stuff, but in the beginning of the expansion, always, it was because people were milling herbs, making inks, making Dark Moon cards. Dark Moon cards were the lion's share of the demand for the herbs in the early days. That's not there now. It's just straight up not there. You need 0 herbs to make a Dark Moon card. It's going to be very interesting. What I have realised, actually, is there's a whole bunch more dragon riding nodes I need to go and get. I'm missing 8 dragon riding nodes. They added 8 more in, and I don't know where they are. Maybe my little add-on will tell me where they are. But it might not tell me where they are unless I update it. Do you need them before you hit skill level 45 in, say, leatherworking, blacksmithing, or tailoring? Essences you need from day 1. Literally the very, very first, like, for example, the very first alchemy potion needs rousing frost. These elementals, the awakened being the big ones and the rousing being the small ones, are used in practically everything. They almost feel as if they're being used in place of vendor materials. Where you would expect to see a vendor material is where you would see a rousing elemental type, usually. There's actually a very surprisingly small amount of vendor materials used, which concerns me because it means that there'll be some relatively high floor prices on materials. But that's something to look at a little bit closer to launch. That doesn't really matter so far. Is my screen flickering to you guys? It looks clear on the stream. I'm getting a weird flickering. Doesn't seem to be capturing it in OBS, which worries me because that means it could be my monitor. What's the stream look like? Doesn't look like it's on the stream either. I really hope my monitor's not about to go pop. Right. Does my map now show me more dragon riding nodes? It does, look. There's one here. There's one here. There's one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's still 6, 7. And then there's got to be 8, 9. 9? Okay, I've clearly got one of them and it hasn't registered. You were lagging quite a bit when you opened Overwolf. That shouldn't happen because OBS gets 100% priority on CPU. Oh, the game might have started lagging though because I think I have it set to I think it's set to only have like 8 FPS if it's in background. Yeah, if it becomes a background thing, it goes to 8 FPS. That's probably what was causing that. Right, I need to go quickly get the rest of these dragon flying nodes then, because I can't possibly have a sub-maxed dragon riding skill. That's disgusting. Right, so there's apparently one here, one here. Let's go get that one first because it's going to be high up. Had to reduce the quality stream, a lot of rendering, but maybe 2 WoW versions plus work open on the PC just maxed out the connection. Maybe. I have upped the bitrate. I've upped the bitrate to a little under 8 kilobit. 8, what's it? Kilobits? Kilobytes? I don't know. 8K, whatever it is. Oh, it's there, look. No, that's one I've already got. I've already got that one. Maybe that's the one it hasn't tracked. Or is there another one? I actually don't like this new design, you know. I much prefer the old one. I much prefer having a bar that just shows me what my vigor level is. So here's one more. Now there's one by the Dragon Scale base camp. Oh, no, we've overshot. We've shot our load too early. Here's one, look. Wow, there's one literally as you just get in. Okay, that's a really simple one. Any more over here? No, now we zoom down all the way to Fork River Crossing. See if we can get there in one swoop. Right, now let's chill for a second. What add-on was Handy Notes? It was Handy Notes, yeah. Handy Notes Dragon Glyphs is your tracker for all of the talent points. Takes up too much screen real estate and really doesn't go visually with the rest of the UI. Yeah, it's a bit odd. I much preferred the little diamonds with the bar, you know. It's not as yeah, I'm not sure I quite like this. And it doesn't, I don't know, I feel like maybe up here is a more natural place for it. I think maybe that's a more natural place for the bar. Due to my unnecessary need for symmetry anyway. It's not as easy to tell how, you know, your progress to the next one being full is not quite as clear with this. You know for a fact there's going to be there'll be an add-on that reverts this back to giving you the bar. I do still kind of like dragon riding though. I think dragon riding is a smarter system than regular flying. Although it does kind of feel a bit weird that dragon riding without maxing your talents feels grim. It's kind of like, I mean, I can't believe this even remotely close to surprises me, but it feels like Blizzard took what was, you know, they seem to have balanced dragon riding around people being maxed and then gone backwards with it. Dragon riding, I think, should have been, like, dare I say it, I think that leveling up your dragon riding should have been, oh dear. I think dragon riding should, you know, the ability to flap about and zoom and have all of the points should have been like the baseline. Because regular dragon riding feels like such a massive step back compared to regular flying. It's not until you really tech into dragon riding and min-max it and get all of the talent points and have all of the specs unlocked to where it feels competitive and in some regards better than regular flying. You can move UI elements around in the base game. That's not an add-on. No, none of my UI is add-on based. The only add-ons I have running right now is Gathermate, which actually I can turn off because it doesn't work. Handy Notes for the Dragon Glyphs, and a little track resource add-on that I've customized to show the nodes on the minimap. I'm practically zero add-on mode. Right, it's up there. I'll teach you to criticize WoW. Yeah, I know. Right, let's actually spend some of these talent points before we go too far. We should now have enough for which one of these. Your vigor rate is accelerated to 1 vigor. Did they actually add any nodes to this? Or have they just increased the cost of the ones that are already here? Because why did I need to go and get 8 more talent points after I'd already maxed it? This now... Is it because this 4, 4, 4, 5, 5... Yeah, they just upped the cost of them all. They didn't add anything extra. 5, 5, and 5. Yeah, they just upped the cost. I was hoping that they'd added 8 more because they'd added more talents and more stuff. But no, they've just increased the... Seems so dumb. Crashed out of beta 37 times yesterday. The beta's not very stable. Right, there's apparently 4 more I still need to get. So let's just quick sanity check. Where are these last ones we need? There's 1 up by here. 1, and then presumably 3 in Thaldraszus somewhere. 1, 2. That's the other one that's already there. That's only 3. Was it only 3 I needed? I've got 1. I need 4 more. Yeah, there's 4. There's a 4th one. Which one am I missing? Where am I missing one? Now, it's still saying the Skytop Observatory one. But I went and got that. And I already had it. It was counted. There's not another one on that map anywhere unless I'm blind. Oh god, am I going to get stuck with being 1 short? Dragon Glyph's the Falling Course. That's the same one. Overlook, Passage of Time. That's only 3. I'm missing one. Shit. Have you picked the one at the most top of the mountain in the... Yeah, I have, yeah. The one on here. Yes, I've got that one. I'm hoping my character's not just bugged then. Because Handy Notes seems to think I've not claimed this one, but I went there and I had. Well, let's get these last 3 and then worry about it. Oh, that's a frigid Hockenbloom, look. So, in theory, now we can overload this herb. Why won't it die? It's dead already. It's dead already. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Why doesn't it die? Alright, well. Pet can keep. Oh, maybe because it keeps spawning things. Now we can tap into these. And each one's giving us Rousing Frost. Some of the criticism of this was that these nodes are not unique to you, meaning some other scumbag can come along and start looting these. Now, luckily, being a hunter in this scenario, my pet can be killing the thing whilst I'm collecting the things, and it's beta, so it doesn't matter. But come live, that's going to be remarkably annoying. And then once you've done that, you just collect the node normally. Roused Seedling. Plant a seed in a patch of rich soil. Oh, come back. Where did you go? Where's the thing in my bags? Seed. Roused seedling. Plant the seed in a patch of rich soil on the Dragon Isles. Rich soil can sometimes be found near areas directly associated with the dragon flights. Who knows what may grow? Alright, we'll track that in time, I guess. Which server are you on so I can help out with the mats? I don't know. I don't know. Valdraken for everything that's profession based, and then I don't know, it's a 50-50 and I can't remember. Like seeds in Legion. I don't know. You need to find one of these dirt piles, apparently. I'm on Koronos. Koronos is where my main character is for testing. Okay, my screen was flickering again. I need to check the VOD later to see if that's coming through. Feels not happy with all of the flickery doodaring. Right, so now, for reference, my overload, my herbalism overload, it's a 12-hour cooldown by default, but every time you tap a node, it goes down. So the more herbing you do, the quicker it will go down. It was a little bit bugged the other day that if you have herbalism, I wonder if it still is, if you have herbalism and mining, it reduces the cooldown on one before it reduces the cooldown on another. So yeah, see, now it's taken it down to 10 hours. So each node, I tapped it for one node. And that didn't make any difference at all. Cut to a Wrath of the Lich King advert just as she logged out. The timing, did it really? Koronos was the realm I'm playing on. I still haven't quite figured out this whole dragon flying thing, you know. I can't quite seem to get this momentum thing right. Now I'm out of piss and vigour again. This is also the problem, right? This is why you really, really, really need, if you're going to do herbalism and mining in any serious fashion, you need to max out your dragon riding quick. Double time. Because it makes a massive difference. Let's just take the flight path up there for now. It's probably quicker. Sapphire Gem Cluster? The fuck are you? Forgotten Jewel Box? Hello? What's up there, look? No, that was an Expedition Scout Pack. Where was it? Oh, a Draconium deposit. Can't turn down one of those either. Where are you? Who stole my Draconium node? There. Might have to kill a few things first. I'm not sure if I'm quite tanky enough to take on 2 of these at once, but I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I'm getting distracted by shinies. This is why I don't take herbalism and mining on the regular. Because it's, oh, now I've let me pet die. Because it's far too easy to get distracted by the shinies. These are level 70 elites though, so 2 at a time is probably just about okay. I'm not exactly top level geared. All of this for a regular node feels like a waste of time, but I'm really intrigued to see if they've changed, because this draconium deposit now is green, seeming to indicate that it might give me a skill point. One of the problems with mining has been that you hit 50 and you're practically walled. You're just done. You can't go any further. Hey, that did actually give me a skill point. It looks like they've tweaked the rates on the nodes then for mining. That's positive. See, already now our cooldown on the herbalism overload is down to 7 hours. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's not a good day for the beta, is it? Oh dear. Is that... What's that now? Twice we've gone kapoof? With Hunter Pet Torn, then mine was the pet tanks it, then Feign Death. Yes, yeah, of course there's, you know, if I was using my skill set to the utmost, we'd be fine, but... There's your Arcane Picture Mode. Selfies are much more dangerous within the Cobalt Assembly. Why am I... Why is that a thing? I don't disagree, but what am I taking a selfie of? I'm not sure what I'm meant to be taking a selfie of. Oh! Iridescent ore fragments. Increase... study to increase your Dragon Isles mining knowledge. These apparently... That's flipping alchemy one. These things apparently... Where's it gone? Oh no, what was it called? There. These things are apparently... There's some sort of hidden cap on these. From what somebody's worked out. Somebody's practically tried to work out that there's about 8 knowledge points a week you can gain just by actually engaging in the activity. But that's going to be very hard to confirm without doing some serious testing and tracking it. Your perception helps you find something else. Although I didn't get anything else. Thanks, game. I see what that... Sometimes that happens where you just swoop directly upwards and nothing... You don't go forward. Which then means you're completely scuffed. Whether it's me just being a dumb and not dragon riding properly, or Selfie quests need to be removed from WoW. I think they've you know, I think we're done with selfie quests. Another dream bloom petal. More knowledge in herbalism. See, it just doesn't take me anywhere. Turn the dragon vertically up and then press 2. You gain vigor faster. Is that sort of cheesing the skyward ascent mechanic? Another seedling. Still not yet to find a place to put those seeds in, though. Okay, sort of works. Okay, well, here's one node. Here's one that I thought I'd already got previously, but apparently not. There's 2 over there. Okay, that's sort of looking up first trick seems to work quite well. Right, there's one. See, it's weird because these all feel like ones I'd already done, but clearly I hadn't. Now the question for me becomes, which one am I actually missing? Let's take a little park up here for a second and assess the situation. So, we are apparently 1 short. We have 4 points and we're missing 1. Does our... Is there an achievement we're missing? Dragon Glyphs, Skytop Observatory rostrum. Collect the dragon glyph near the Skytop Observatory rostrum of transformation. Which is this one. But I've already got it. I can't collect it. Am I scuffed? That was the first one I went to check because I thought I'd already got it. And it appeared I had. This is the problem with beta characters. Let's try again. Maybe I was just being dumb the first time. It's directly by the dragon trainer. There's 2 there? Oh, that could be why then. Hang on, there's a quest there. I can't not pick up a quest if I see it. Misplaced luggage. Collect 8 missing belongings. Valdraken rep. Oh, is this a world quest? Oh, this might... Oh, I don't know. I'll come back to that in a bit. So there's the Skytop Observatory, I think. Oh! It's not the one that's on the top, it's the one that's right in front of the trainer. Oh, well, thank you for that. Sure. Alright, I didn't realise there was 2 in such close proximity, because there's one on top of the tower here as well. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's solved a problem. That solved a problem nicely. There we go. Max dragon riding again. GG. Can we level herbalism and ore like in Shadowlands? Oh, level by herbalism and mining? Probably. I've not tested it, but probably. Not that that's going to get you very far, at least on your first character, because you're going to need to do the campaign to unlock all the endgame stuff anyway. But in theory, probably. Right, now with that maxed out again, now we can go try and find some Titan nodes. Are you the one right on the top? You are. Ow, Cockosaurus. I wasted like 12 vigor trying to get this one saxifrage. Box of rocks. Titan Touch Draconium node. Is that going to be right on the top of the thing again? It is. So here we go. Here's our Titan Touch Draconium one. So tapping this with our Overload ability should give us a portal. When we go in through that portal, we should get... that should transfer us to another thing. There we go. We got some Rousing Order from tapping that. We can then go through the portal that should take us to another ore node somewhere. It did. Took us to a Tiravite. Close, but not too far away. And then we can tap this one. We even got some Casgarite ore, look. Now we've got a big ol' 11-hour cooldown on being able to do that again. 3 Rousing Order. 3 Rousing Order simply for using our big Overload ability. That's slow pickings, you know. Considering the frost, what was it? The frigid herb pops out and gives you loads of opportunities to get Rousing Frost. If you're only tapping... Let's see if we can find a Titan Touched herb at some point. Oh, there's a Titan Touched Hockenbloom. I need to tap a few... let's mark that on the map then. I need to go... Yeah, it's right there, look. I need to gather some more herbs quickly to get that cooldown out the way. There's loads of shit on the map, but I can't see anything. Oh, here's a disturbed dirt pile, look. Isn't that one of the places we drop a seed in? I think it is. Let's pew-pew this then. Let's get you out of the way. And a box of rocks. Let's do this then. Let's put a seed in this dirt, see what happens. Oh, no, I lie. Sorry. That's not the pile that we put the seed in, is it? It's a rich soil pile we need. Sorry. That was a node for the Dragon Scale expedition. I got those mixed up. There's another quest around here somewhere, though. Get out of here. There's a duck in a bubble. I seem to be getting a lot more. It seems to indicate what reputation you get from side quests as well now, which it didn't used to. It just kind of passively gave it to you. Who are you? Is there an enchant like Shadowlands Gathering? Sort of. It doesn't work quite in the same way as you'd expect, though. You have profession tools now. You have profession tools and profession accessories. I don't actually have any equipped on this character right now, but you can enchant these that gives you bonuses. So it's similar but different. Dream Bloom Petal again. How long's left on this? 2 hours. We need to gather some more stuff then, apparently. Five-minute cooldown. That's better. Let's go find one more herb then. No, that's a box of rocks. Ah, that's the most annoying thing. When you get stuck in a flipping tree when you launch up. Right, I need like one more herb. Come on, game. Be nice now. Tell you what, it's quite hard to get. It feels like you need a flipping joystick to control the. Feels like you need a joystick to control your dragon riding sometimes. As you're trying to look on the map and hover over icons on your mini map and do all sorts of things. My brain can't handle doing that many things at once. Did you level to 70 or is there a way to create a 70? No, I had to level to 70. It's a bit of a weird choice that Blizzard kind of, you know... There's a couple of servers where it's sort of designed so that you simulate playing the game in its most natural form. And then there's the Valdrakken server where you can make pre-made 70s. And with the pre-made... But the pre-made 70s can't go to the Dragon Isles. So I'm not really sure how they expect people to thoroughly test the end game when they don't give people any access to it without first leveling a character, which is a bit gross in my opinion, but I'm not planning the testing, you know. Right, where was that Titan touched? Around here somewhere. Has somebody come along and swooped it? Wasn't it on the cliff edge? Did I just... Oh, I marked the wrong one, that would be why. I admire you for taking your time to make an articulated answer to another people are stupid because they post it for cheap. Oh, you've been reading Reddit, have you? Yeah. Sometimes you got to, right? Sometimes you got to. Right, Titan touched. We can now overload it. Boom. This should give us rousing. Or at least it gives us a portal. Tapping it by itself. You don't actually overloading a Titan touched one. I want the overloading just gives you this portal. The overloading of the Titan touched one doesn't seem to give you any additional rousing air. All it does is port you somewhere to another herb. Does that technically mean if you're looting Titan touched ones without overloading on them that you still gain the rousing order? Is that maybe you know, a, what's the word I'm looking for here? Is this maybe a counter argument to not having to overload it? You can do it more frequently, but you get less. So in theory, hopefully, possibly, maybe possibly balancing stuff out. Don't know. Those kind of posts grind my gears in an unimaginable way. It's the nature of the subreddit, though. The WoW Economy subreddit always devolves into that sort of stuff. It's why a lot of content creators choose to just flat out ignore that place. Simply because how do I put this politely? The average level of expertise on the WoW Economy subreddit is less than what experienced goblins feel like they want to deal with. It's a very beginner sort of arena. Unyielding chunk. Study to increase your Dragon Isles mining knowledge. We're getting lots of these now. I'm wondering if we're getting lots of these because we've built up some internal tolerancy to them, or what's the word? I'm struggling with what you just praised me for my ability to articulate an answer, and I clearly can't talk today. It might be because I've not played on this character for a few days that I'm in quite quick succession getting a bunch of these profession points, but I might soon hit some internal tracking quantity quota, whatever the word is, and I might stop getting them. Spent all your articulation points on the Reddit talent tree, rip Twitch talent tree. Yeah, something like that. Not far from it. Right, I've got 5 over here. My choice is either to put... I need 10 more before I can pick up more Bubble Poppy, but apparently this isn't making any difference to me, really. I should be putting points in here. I can learn a sub-spec straight away after using 5 points. If I put 5 points in here, we can learn a sub-spec. Then we can learn to spec into Titan Touched. Your knowledge of Titan Touched herbs allows you to truly embrace the flashes of enlightenment they grant, increasing the duration of the buff. Now, the irony being is I don't actually think I'm getting the buff right now. Although Sensible Steve would put points into this first because this is the one that gives you the buff that improves your overload. But Oh, I don't know. On the basis that I'm trying to get Titan Touch stuff now, I'll unlock this. That means when we tap the Titan Touched ones, we should have more things happen. Really descript. Oh god, I'm not doing well today. This is like my 9th day in a row streaming or something. I'm tired. I looked at the Reddit post. He didn't like the answer. Oh, people on Reddit don't. See, this is why, for the most part, people more experienced goblins tend to steer clear of the subreddit, because it does end up being a bit of a clusterfuck of stupidity sometimes. Let's have a quick look. A little bit of change of topic, just ever so quickly. a wonderfully titled post on the subreddit. Why are people so dumb? ? On my server, the mats to make a depleted Kyperium rocket cost 68,800 gold at the absolute cheapest. I listed the rocket for 98k. I immediately got undercut by 3 different people. The current price is now 72,000 gold on the auction house. And with the 5% auction house cut, that means your final sale price is 68,400. I know a lot of people who play this game aren't exactly the smartest dudes around, but why would you go through all of the effort of traveling to Pandaland, leveling up your blacksmithing, learning goblin blacksmithing, I think they meant engineering, buying all the mats and crafting the thing just to lose 400 gold? No surprise that their costs do not equal your costs is the top up voted comment. But that's not strictly true in this exact scenario, because the depleted Kyperium thing, it's like mostly vendor mats. I think it takes 3 of those orb things, doesn't it? Isn't it 60k in just straight up hardcore vendor mats? So your costs do actually somewhat equal their costs in this scenario, but that's good solid advice. Some people farm their mats. Oh, don't even start. Most people seem to forget there is a listing price auction house cut. I mean, the amount of gear I vended daily because it was listed 10 gold under what the vendor price is blows my mind. Yes, that's also true. That's also very true. If you think they're dumb, just buy the rockets and repost at your price. Hey, I recognise this name. Just wait a couple of days till when they go back up. They have been fluctuating anywhere between 75 and 165k for the past 2 weeks. Listing price doesn't mean jack. This is what I try to emphasize to these people. Doesn't matter what it's listed for. Have they categorically been selling them for between these prices? I guarantee not. This goes for everything nowadays. Feasts, potions, flasks. Everything's done at a loss. You're better selling reagents to the people to buy them and craft the potions at a loss. Honestly, for the most part, been pretty lucky. One thing I've noticed, though, lately is that everybody is in complete panic mode, so it takes me forever to sell stuff. For example, I had 2,000 straddling duplets, the speed gem, and they were selling for 10 gold a piece. Then some dipshit listed 150 of them for 2 gold, 2.7 gold, so I sat a few days and then they were back up to 10. Why would you have crafted 2,000 straddling duplets in the first place? If you knew the first thing about the way the market operates, you would not have... I don't know. The further this person seems to comment on this, on their own thread, only goes to emphasize that they should title this, "Why Am I So Dumb?" And I don't want to sound mean when I say that, because it's not strictly their fault. It's not strictly their fault. It's just a sheer lack of experience. And you can't buy experience. You only gain experience through actually, doing something and finding these things out for yourself. Or sometimes some people are willing to be, pushed in the right direction, but so infrequently, which is why the subreddit devolves into a clown fiesta sometimes, because nobody is, when you don't have the experience and somebody, mansplains it to you, it's relatively difficult for some people to take that on board, because they don't believe that they are being the dipshit in the first place. Because it's what's known as blissful ignorance. You don't know what you don't know. Did he not like my reply then? Let's have a little bit of a look at this. I then chimed in, rightly or wrongly. Yeah, I did a bit of manth-explaining. It's because it's better to lose 400 gold than to lose the rest of the 68,000 gold you've already invested. You also invested. Buyers do not care what you see. This was me trying to do a little bit of teaching, just a touch, not too much, but just a smidge, pushing somebody in a direction to maybe think about things. That buyers do not care what it costs you to craft it. They buy it if they see value in it. When people see a lesser value in something than it costs you to craft it, there's a problem. Do you, A, either continue to list it at a profitable price, risking not selling it at all, and by not selling it at all, losing your entire initial investment into it, or B, continue to reduce the price until you find a buyer who does see value in it at that price? My personal opinion is it's better to sell something for a small loss, recuperate what you can, and learn from the lesson, that to try not dealing in that market again, than to keep huffing the hopium that it will eventually sell. I get this to a point, but mounts always sell. If they always sell post yours above your new found dumb friend and then problem solved. Or is it? Or is it really? So an example for me on a high pop NA server, I sell all of the craftable mounts at my comfortable profit range. But the thing is it's usually a good amount above lowest, which is usually below crafting. So clearly I sell a ton less than somebody selling at below what my crafting is. This is great if you're willing to play the long game, and it legit could be a very long game. It really just depends on your goal and expected sell time. But holding steady at your profit range, as long as it's reasonable, does work. Only if you have the gold to do it, right? This is the thing, right? It's all relative. If you have 10 million gold and you're just looking for something to spend it on, looking for something to invest in, if you've got 10 million gold, you can afford to play the long game, right? You can afford to play the long game because what was it, 68,000 gold invested in something? If it takes you 6 months to sell it for 100k, it takes you 6 months to sell it for 100k. Technically, yes. You made profit on doing it. But I far more so, even though I have all the gold to invest in these things if I want to, would far rather be in a market that sees faster sales. Somebody actually they farmed the mats route. Did they really? Maybe they farmed the mats. They don't even know it's more profitable to sell the mats. They invested time and see 68,000 gold for their time. Oh, Lord. Yeah, there we go. At least OP has some understanding of what's going on here. 3 vendor items that were at fixed 60k. No way to change that number. Rep discounts don't affect the price. Yeah. Yeah, so 60k-ish is the true vendor value of it, which is an inherent problem with such high vendor costs on a crafted mount. That like I tried to point out here, people buy the thing when they see the value in it. If you have a fixed cost of creating something of 60,000 gold, yet nobody sees that thing worth 60,000 gold, crafting it is the wrong choice. You should not craft it. And this is what these old school let's not forget, Missa Pandaria came out 10 years ago. Like, these mounts have been in the game for an entire decade. The only people that are buying these now are players that have started playing the game in the last few years and don't have that mount and are collecting mounts. And it's cheaper for them to just buy the mount, but only when they see it remarkably close to the cost of making it. If you're posting it at 100k, there's no value in them paying 100k. They don't want the mount because it's a really cool mount. They want the mount because it's cheaper for them to buy it off you for practically zero profit than it is for them to go the effort making it themselves. Which means the value proposition in it is not anything to do with what it costs you to craft, really. But people don't see it this way. But the subreddit very frequently turns into this kind of, the quality. Let's put it this way: the quality of the questions on the subreddit are usually very beginner questions, which is not a problem. But the downside is when people aren't willing to hear an answer that they don't want to hear. A great example of that: people expected everybody to pile on and go, yeah, undercutters are idiots. Yeah, undercutters are real dumb. When actually people tried to step in and help and offer some creative, constructive feedback on this, they don't want to hear it. Back to the Awakened S's, save you some effort perhaps. Awakened Essage usage summary by profession. Oh, Woo's on it. Woo is on it. Oh, lordy lord. Okay. Right. Awakened Essage usage by profession as per Wowhead 27th of September 2022. I like the fact that you always, timestamp stuff. I forget to timestamp stuff, and I really should, because it makes it easier to track when things changed, and also as a get out of jail free card when somebody tells you it's wrong. That's the big thing for me. Total recipes that use it, 10. 10 recipes are using Awakened Blood. Engineers are 3, scribes have 2, blacksmith have 1, leatherworking has 2, tailoring has 1. Total needed to craft 1 of each recipe. So there's a top-heavy demand for engineering on the Awakened Blood. Makes blood-soaked hides and scales for leatherworking. Bloody alloy for blacksmithing. Bloody wilder cloth for tailoring. There's a crossover there, because the alloys, I think, are going to be used by other people as well. Once you've made the material, it's then, that crafted material is then used somewhere else, if I remember rightly. Awakened Decay is used in 18 things. So Blood and Decay, not so much. 4 recipes on Wowhead, still not assigned to a profession or do not translate. Used in lots of alchemy potions, heavily used in leatherworking for the Brackenhide Hollow crafts. Yeah, very heavily used in leatherworking. But Earth, Air, Fire, Frost is used remarkably in most things. 40 to 50 instances of being used. And then once if you were to craft 1 of everything, you would need significantly more Awakened Air and Fire than most things, which is what I'd calculated it to be. I very quickly realised that Air and Fire are the 2 big ones. Awakened Frost, used in more patterns, but total quantity is less. But then Awakened Order. Awakened Order, as we already suspected, could be the big one then. Only 1 awakened per tailoring craft, but it's used in the creation of bolts and spell threads. Heavily used by inscription for cards and the dragon armor. The cards alone in the early days will make this Awakened Order 4 times the price of any others. Is there an English word for the person in going in the wrong direction on the highway? Yeah, a donkey. That's interesting. Because frost, fire, air, earth, and to some degree awakened order can all be acquired by herbalism and mining. Well, in fact, technically all of them can be gathered by herbalism and mining. But decay seems to be a very special node. Blood is only found if you're in war mode. And I haven't tested. I should actually switch war mode on just to see what's going on. I was expecting a more specific thing. Sorry. No, there's no actual direct term for that. There's lots of colloquial insults that would get thrown around, but donkey was the PG-13 version. So let me have a quick read through some of Wu's notes as well. Then, so for Awakened Earth, six recipes on Wowhead still not assigned, used in various alchemy transmutes. Seems important for engineering parts. Widespread usage in gem cuts and enchants. The molten alloy and the waystones for blacksmithing, hides and scales for leatherworking. It's where it's going. It's where it's used in intermediates. If it goes into the production of intermediate items, that's where it's really going to ramp up the demand for it. Because those intermediates are then continuously needed, you know, further down the lines as well. And there's often a crossover. Had to tell the Reddit guy he's on the wrong side of the road, complaining that everybody else is wrong, but wanted to use some fancier words for it. Oh, I see. And now it makes sense. Key for so Awakened Air becomes key for alchemy, lots of potions and vials, important for inscription, the Dark Moon decks, the Chilled runes, and the cards. Both air and fire. Fire was the big one for inscription. Leveling inscription, you go through so much Awakened Fire, it's not even funny. Police call it a counterflow driver. Oh, that's far too polite. That's far too polite. I'd go with something far more cutthroat than that. Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Cheers for that, Wu. Appreciate. Let's try and gather a few more things. I'm intrigued to test a few more Titan touched ones if I can. Is there an English word for the person going on the wrong side of the road? Yes, British. All right. We drive on the wrong side of the road. Point made. I tell you what, I've lived in Finland for, let's just say, a while, and I still can't get used to that. If I'm walking and I'm trying to cross the road, I have to check like both directions 6 times because I ain't got a fucking clue what's going on. You know those things that are just like so heavily ingrained in your brain that you just cannot, however much you try, change. You know, the phrase "you can't teach an old dog new tricks" is so relevant in that regard. If I don't check the direction like 4 or 5 times, I'm going to die. It's quite simple. It's not good times. Roundabouts in the UK are a complete brain fuck. Yeah, I can imagine that's the case, yeah. If you learn to go round them the other way, yeah, that's a problem. Not to mention the UK has some of the biggest roundabouts in the world. There's one near me where I used to live that's like an absolute beast of a roundabout. Ah, there's so many herbs on top of little spiky things. Using your dragon riding skills is crucial for these. A Titan Touch Tiravite. Have we got our overload done? Oh, in fact, we haven't got our overload available, which is actually fine because I wanted to test whether... I wanted to... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. My flight skills were too good. Blizzard didn't like my flight skills. It's very odd that I can't even click the OK button on that. We're doing some testing of herbalism and mining. Yeah, we're taking it back to basics a little bit. After spending all day yesterday talking about awakened essences, I felt the need to try and find out in a little bit more detail about just how often, frequent, and difficult they're going to be able to gather. Hemel and Swindon, yeah, they're some ridiculous ones. I knew a guy that went with his car like 2,000 miles to get to the UK, went the wrong way around the first roundabout, crashed his car. I can't say that surprises me. If I tap this, even though it's Titan touched, without overloading it, do we reckon we get rousing? We do. So just straight up tap. You don't even need to overload on these. Just it inherently being a Titan touched one is all you need it to be to get the rousing order. Using your overload ability on it doesn't seem to do much more for you. Do we, or can we... It's also... You're also meant to gain a speed increase, which doesn't seem to work, doesn't seem to function yet. And additionally, we are going to need to do the same thing as we did with herbalism. We're going to need to put 5 points, I believe, into hit. No, we need to put 10 points into here to learn a sub-spec. Then we can unlock Titan Touched. Specializing in Titan Touched nodes allows you to discover gateways that allows you to traverse to near mining nodes quickly and gain additional essences when mining. See, we have the ability to do this already without speccing into this. This is why I feel that mining is... mining's like really undercooked, it feels, at the moment. That weird, like, you know, I can overload the node and this happens anyway, and I haven't specced into it yet. Or the wording is incorrect. Attune yourself to the portals opened by overloading Titan Touch nodes, allowing you to return. So that was an end cap one initially. Oh, so they've changed that then. Finesse, perception, finesse. Yeah, stacking perception is probably the one you want to do. I would hazard a guess. Because your perception is going to increase your ability to spot rare reagents whilst gathering. It's presumably a 2.4% chance to get, you know, to get something better out of it. But does that translate into... Is that going to translate into more awakened or more rousing? Isn't it a question of how much you get without the spec? Well, at least today, at least right now, you're still able to tap, you can mine a regular Titan node without overloading it, and you'll get rousing. Whether you'll, yeah, it weirdly seems to feel that overloading it doesn't make any difference. Here's another Titan touch, something down here. If we can't overload it because it's on cooldown, but if we just loot this, do we get rousing? We do. Rousing order. So yeah. Herbalists and miners without really any form of specialization or by using any fancy stuff just need to be tapping up Titan touch nodes. And they'll make bank. Okay. Maybe the Awakened Order won't quite so much be the bottleneck I suspect it to be then. If it doesn't take much expertise, it just takes you to know to hunt down certain ones. Drakthir Sorcerer's Focus. We found a cosmetic. A bind. That's big. That's big. Has anybody else worked out why that's big yet? That's big. That's what she said. God damn you lot. It's big because it's a cosmetic and it's bind on equip. It's big because it's a cosmetic and it's bind on equip. What do we know about bind on equip cosmetics? What did we learn from Shadowlands about bind on equip cosmetics? That they're heavily sought after, often quite rare, and that K-Chak buys them all. Yeah, that's pretty much what we should have learned. Dollar is yeah. That they're 150k plus if they're from Korthia. Yeah. Yeah, these are all things that are interesting to know. Now, where did I get that from and what did I do to get it? We looted this from a node that is attached to the Dragon Scale Expedition. In leveling this, you unlock dig piles. Upon leveling this, you get to loot scout packs. Up until now, it's been a good source for some random potions. It's been a good source for Primal Chaos. It's been a good source for, what are they? What are they called? The rep tokens. But now it seems to be that they have the ability to drop BOE cosmetics as well. Where did the thing go? My bags are an absolute shit show. Oh dear. This is happening a lot today. More than it should do. Let's try that again, shall we? Right, are we in? That's what she said. Right, let's... The game really does not like me clicking that icon, does it? It really doesn't like me clicking that icon. Am I even going to be able to F6 it if it doesn't like me even hovering over the icon? Oh dear. I think all transmogs are broken. Not sure a crash on demand is worth 150k. Oh, Mr. GM's been having the same issue, has he? Okay. Maybe I won't try and move it in my bags then. I was just trying to move it to get a better screenshot, but... Let me be a little bit more cautious then. Don't touch it, it's cursed. Alright, there we go. It's worth a tweet, that one, methinks. Worth a tweet. Could be useful on progress fights when you mess up. Click it fast, claim that the game crashed. Oh, disconnected, lads. Sorry. It's yanking out your Ethernet cord. Yeah, we've all done that one before. Shit, I forgot to do a mechanic. Quick, Alt F4. Sorry, lads, I crashed. Lag spike. We've been there. Haha, more iridescent fragments. God, I wish I could sort things in my bags neatly. Does the sort button work yet? Do I dare press the sort button? Is this also going to crash me, do you reckon? Let me learn this first. Let me try the sort button. No, still hella scuffed. Okay. Although this thing's moved. Okay, I do have 5 points to spend in mining, though. Oh, I needed 10 points to unlock this one. Damn you, son of a bitch. I'll put 5 points in there now. It'll remind me to spend the extra points as well. Dream Blue Petal. Flying in. And like I said, I'm not entirely convinced that you're going to get skill points quite this quickly under normal circumstances. I think there's like a... I think that from somebody else that I have an element of trust for has suggested that there may be some internal max quantity of these as a bit of a, let's call it a bit of a catch-up for the profession. Now, I've gone a few days without doing any herbalism and mining, and so hence in quite quick succession. What is this node? What is this node? What is this? Blizzard. You try and how tell me you program your game based on an algorithm without telling me you program your game based on an algorithm. Ah, Lord. There ain't no way of getting this thing, is there? No. It's a bot / cheat catcher. Maybe. Yeah, if you can successfully mine this node, you are clearly hacking. No, even there we are not in range. No. No. Where are we? Near the Black Water flight path. What was it? Blackwater? Ah, I'm being attacked. There we go. Get on the mount on the edge of the ledge. Yeah, but you can't mine whilst on a mount. It still doesn't work. You gotta be... You can't be mounted. Yeah, that one's scuffed. Ah, annoying. It's a good one and all. It's a draconian one. Why am I pulling everything? Why am I not just feigning death out of this? I don't know. Land on it from flying. That takes far more skill than I'm capable of. Oh, for love of God. Okay. Is it going to be one of those days, is it? Is the game desperately trying to tell me that I should not be streaming and I should be making videos instead? Is that what the game's trying to tell me? Now you can understand how I ended up with 37. Yeah, very clearly. Project Pet's calling. It almost is. I spent an hour relisting pets last night and I got bored very quickly. Titan touched Hockadoodah though over here. Where is she? In the pits of hell. Fuck off! I wouldn't mind it if I was like using 25 add-ons. And there was some, you know, some scuffed add-on killing it. But this is just pure basic game stability. Too early for lunch? I am hungry though, I'm not gonna lie. I wonder if it's... I might order some food to... Oh, now, of course, now I'm dead because I died in the fire. Great. Now not only am I dead, I'm also dead without the ability to press a button because I'm dead. What a game. What a game. Is it gonna... Now I'm just scuffed. Is there a help? Where's the help thing? Support? Unstuck me. Yes, I know I'm dead, game. Unstuck me, please. Where's the unstuck me thing? Or not. Or not. Ah, for the love of... Script repop me. If it was only random Joe giving me a script, I wouldn't be running it, but... Oh, nice one. Beautiful. I sense you have that to hand out of... I guess you have that to hand because it's happened before. Yeah, launch ready, boys and girls. Launch ready. Right, let's res here. Preferably not in the fire. Too rousing. That was just horrendously bad. Get it quick. Oh, phooey. Oh, and my pet's dead as well. Genius. It's not my day today, is it? We've had some good days testing professions. The second I step back out into the real world, all hell breaks loose. But we are slowly learning either way. Hey, did anybody else spot there was dudes up in that tree? A kite vendor and Yenu's kite. What have we stumbled across here then? Obviously nothing because I can't fly. Can we land in the tree? Ow, Coccosaurus. Alright, land up here then. Ow! Right. We'll take the scenic route, which is legs. Ah, no! Okay, yoink. This is a real showcase of expertise here today. Ah, look who it is. Okay, it appears that there's... Okay. Kite adventurer. Kite vendor. Wind scale rider. Ride the glider, reducing your falling speed for 2 minutes. Only usable in the Dragon Isles. 3-minute cooldown. Rip goblin gliders. Is it consumed on use? Soulbound, unique equipped. Cool. Oh, and we're dead. Saved. I need to get that kite though. Oh ho 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 ho! Skills to pay the bills. 10.0 placeholder loot item. Well, that was worth the effort. That was worth the effort, wasn't it? Genius. Right, on that note, I'm getting a drink. I need to cool my blood. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Alright then, how we doing? Sorry, I got distracted talking food with the wife. Right, where do we get to? Oh yeah, these piss-in placeholder items, yeah. Makes total sense. One thing I am kind of quite keen to try and figure out, maybe in a little bit more detail, is it possible that you can do a mob grind for awakened or in turn rousing? If we do rousing, like if we search rousing frost, for example, I know this isn't the one we really care for, but rousing frost created by creates reagent 4. Okay, so there's some tracking of what it's for. See, this is the complications, right? On rousing frost, as of 22nd of the 9th, 2022, this item can be purchased from Mimsy, an NPC standing between the profession trainer and the associate professor instructor, and the cooking fishing instructor, Firelord Nomi. See, people clearly do not understand that on the beta, the vendors on the beta are there for testing. Like, these will not exist once the game goes live. Downvote that shit. It's terrible. What about rousing? Well, rousing anything, actually. Let's just have a quick look. What about rousing fire? Creates reagent 4. Comments. You can get this from fire mobs in the ruby life pools and near the main city in Dragonflight. Farm some off the blazing manifestations at the melting knoll in the waking shores. Fairly low drop rate. As you gain levels, use your overload mining ability on the molten Tiravite or draconium, and you'll get a fire elemental to fight. It drops 7 rousing fire, and the ore drops has another 5. Guaranteed from mining the molten draconium deposit, 3 to 6, but don't quote me on the quantity as I've only looted so far on the beta. Okay, this is one thing that was a big thing for me to find out, is as and where are they possible to get. So I'd already suspected this, that the these areas over here, I mean, see, this is what some aspects of it's quite obvious, right? If you're looking for things, if you're looking for fire elementals, go kill things on fire. These are quite obvious. In the ruby life pools, though, there's a bit down here which I'd have more suspected them to be the frost ones. How does he know it's 3 to 6 if he only looted 4? I think they mean they've only tapped 4 nodes. But yes, good point. I'm pretty sure that there are people that think that progress on the beta somehow carries over to live. Yeah, I know. Obviously, so it makes a lot of sense that, you know, you go kill things in fiery areas and you'll get fire elements. You go kill things in snowy areas, you'll likely get snow ones. Earth and air might come from over here because this is sort of sandy, airy sort of thing. What's not so necessarily easy to figure out is where... Is there going to be anything that you can pew that gives you decay? No, hang on. What's going on? No. Okay. I didn't want to click on that one. This is Wowhead trying to load ads after it loads everything else, causing everything to shift place. Right. Rousing decay. Creates reagent 4. No comments on this at all. Goes into the easy throw gravitational displacer, the easy throw grease grenade, grease grenades in and of themselves, infusion decay, and sticky warp grenades. Okay, that's practically nothing. That's practically nothing. Engineering, 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 a bit of skinning business. What's awaken decay used in then? A lot more. A lot more then. And in some cases it's used in intermediates, which was where I was kind of where you'd expect most of the usage for it to go, is in intermediate items. Stone crust hide, toxified armor patches. And then 20 of it is consumed in a wither rot tome, which is just some silly offhand that leatherworkers make, I believe. Withered explorer's staff. Is that that's a two-handed staff, I presume? Yes, that's going to be a staff. That's one of the oh, okay. Yeah, that's a staff that Inscription makes. But that's still only 5 of them. Okay, let's stop glossing over everything and look at the Awakened Order, which is why I'm here. So, Rousing Order. Rousing Order creates reagent 4. What's the comment on this? Gathered from herbs and ore under the buff Titan touched. That's pretty straightforward, solid advice. Reagent 4. So order's only used in a handful of little things. But then when you convert it into Awakened Order, it's used in 67 things, my lord. Azerweave bolts. These are on a daily cool. Okay, not strictly a daily cooldown, but you can craft 10 of these a week. Battle ready binoculars is an end game piece of gear, so the bottleneck will be other things. Black Dragon Seared alloy. This could be a big usage for them. This is an intermediate item for blacksmithing that goes into making many more things with blacksmithing. For me, the number 1 usage of any of these awakened is right here with the Dragon Isles bundles of cards. Chronocloth bolt is another alternative to the Azerweave bolt. It's you can only make 10 a week. Bunch of them actually. A bunch of them going into cosmetics for your dragon riding, for your dragon, all consumed by scribes. And then a cluster of them are being used in the crafting of rare gems. It's going to put the price of rare gems actually into the stratosphere, considering they're all using Awakened. That's going to be a real frustration to people if even a rare gem is like 4,000 gold. People aren't going to be best impressed with that. God knows what that's going to put the price of the epic gems to be. I mean, I'll make full advantage of it because, you know, dual crafter main, but okay. Yet more usage. Okay. Scribes are going to need all of these. All of the awakened order, sorry. Lots more gems, lots more gems. Practically every single gem is using an awakened order. See, the awakened order seems to be like the default one. You know, you use an order and then you use something else to go with it. And the fact that you can theoretically mob grind as well to get fire, earth, frost, and air. Okay. Yeah, these are gonna be expensive to begin with. With that extra knowledge, do I think that changes my opinion on? I don't think it does. I was just I'm trying to use past experience to try and fathom guesstimated prices on these. Now, if you as a herbalist or you as a miner flying round gathering herbs, gathering ore, gathering essences at the same time, if you're tapping a Titan touched node and you're getting 3 rousing order, what are you going to be able to sell those rousing order for? 200 gold each, 600 gold for tapping that node? Doesn't seem outrageous at the beginning of an expansion. Which would quite quickly mean that your awakened order ends up being 2,000 gold apiece. I don't think my estimations are too unrealistic here. Because your other when you tap a molten node, you get a lot more rousing fire, you get a lot more rousing frost. When you tap a windswept node, it pews you in the air, and then when you come down, you gather all of the rousing air, so you get loads of those. I haven't checked Awakened Earth. Yeah, I'm relatively convinced that these prices are not too far away from what we'd expect to see. Which will at current rates on getting the ace will make your nearly 500,000 gold crafting cost. 500,000 gold crafting cost per deck. People aren't going to bother. Or people will bother, but then they'll be astronomically shocked when people choose not to pay 3 million gold for a Dark Moon trinket. Oh dear. They need to up the crafting rates on those aces. They really do. If there's a 10%, if there's only a 2% chance on getting an ace right now from a Dark Moon pack, they need to bump that 5-fold. There needs to be a 10% chance of pulling an ace. A 1 in... Then that puts it on... You can't have a 10% chance, though, because then that puts it on par with the rest of the cards, and then they're all equal, which is against what Blizzard wanted to do. The best case scenario is they bump the They bump the rate of the aces. They can only... Oh, they haven't got much room to play with this. This gets icky. Icky sticky. How much gold did you make whilst leveling up a character from 60 to 70? I had no idea. I wasn't paying any attention to it. This character started as a character transfer, so it had a bunch of gold to start with, and I have no idea how much gold it had. So I couldn't really tell you, unfortunately. .5% and the others at 11. Yeah, something like that would be better. Still means there'd be a surplus of the regular cards. I'm not too sure why they've chosen this route of I'm not sure why they've chosen the route to make the ace so ridiculously rare in comparison to the others. Surely Blizzard understands what that does to the value of the other cards. If you make one of the cards the bottleneck, then the rest of the cards don't obtain any value. Like, practically instantly. Because people will keep going, and they'll keep going, and they'll keep crafting, and they'll keep making them until they get the aces that they need. Like, in past expansions, it's always been... one thing that people have always questioned when doing Dark Moon cards was whether one of the cards had a higher or lower chance of being created than the others. And it's always mathematically resulted in no. There's the same chance of getting all the cards. When there's 32 possible cards that can be created, though, it's not, you have to make a silly amount of cards before you actually... get anywhere near the mathematical averages. Have you tried extracting elements from the cards? Yeah, it's dog shit. You get like five rousing on average, 4.5, 5 rousing on average from each card that you break down, which is like 1/30th of the crafting cost. You're really not, the recycling aspect. I think they need to bump that. If they bumped up the recycling rates of the cards, and if they slightly increased the rate that the aces can be crafted, it will all slot into place quite nicely. Because this recycling system, for reference, the recycling is not going to be easily accessible straight away. It's a mini time gate on it because you have to spec quite heavily in to be able to recycle them, which people aren't going to be able to do straight away. 2 rousing order. Ouch. So there's kind of... If they make the recycling slightly more lucrative, it means that as soon as people start getting access to that, then they can... Oh, for the love of... Then they very quickly can start recycling the duffer cards, and they can, recuperate costs that way, which will bring the price down when people start unlocking the recycling. But the risk is currently is that you could be seeing million gold Dark Moon trinkets the first week, and people will scream to the hills that it's legendaries all over again, which is why I think it needs a tweak. I guess if nothing changes with Inscription, it's pointless to start with at the first day of launch. Not necessarily. You would... Whilst even somebody like me would look at it and go, surely nobody will pay $1 million gold for a trinket. There will be people that will. There will be people that do. It's not uncommon on the first day of the expansion. The first people that get access to crafting these Dark Moon cards and decks, it's not outrageous to see 3, 4, 5, 600,000 gold sales. Now, let's not forget that we're coming out of the Shadowlands expansion, where some people were able to practically print money with legendaries for a long, long time. There'll be a sizable chunk of people that will step into Dragonflight with tens, if not hundreds of millions of gold ready to spend. Now, you know, if they want that trinket enough, they'll pay the price. Just like people were paying 500,000 gold for a rank 7 legendary on day 1. And on day 3, those very same legendaries were 50k. Like, people do silly things. Some people just don't care. So, and there's also the theory that we will probably know what's going on. We, though, are a very, very niche collection of people. We are a tiny fraction of people. Most people will go into Dragonflight knowing practically nothing about the expansion, and they will just learn on the spot. That's that pissing Draconium node. They'll learn on the spot. They'll run through... Everybody will run through Waking Shores. Everybody will level through Waking Shores. Everybody will take herbalism and mining because Bellula will have told them it's a cash cow. Everybody will be tapping these nodes and trying to instantly sell all of these materials. And the smart ones out there will be able to pick up a whole stack of cheap materials the first day. And then we'll see how it goes from then on. It's all a bit of a gamble. All of it's a bit of a gamble, but that's kind of what makes it fun, right? If you know the answers to everything, if everything's predetermined, it's less fun. How hard is it to get the recipe for the Dark Moon cards? Not difficult at all. You'll be able to unlock it practically. I think you need 10 spec points. You need 10 knowledge points, I think, to unlock it. Getting the recipe to make the cards, not a problem at all. Yeah, you can pick that up real quick. And once you've got that... Oh, that's a flipping fishing spot. I didn't care for that. Can I turn off tracking fishing? I probably shouldn't. I should be paying attention to where the fishing nodes are as well. Oh, Draconium. I'd rather have the Draconium, please. Where is it? It's over this way. Just got an epic iridescent ore that will give mining. Yeah, there are 3 levels. There's an uncommon one that usually gives you 1. Although they have slightly changed this. The rare ones used to give you 2. The uncommon ones give you 1, and there was an epic one that gave you 3. They are changing it though. But yeah, it is possible. Bit of Kazga, right? Did we get any skill points for any of this business? Okay, we're now up to 63 skill in mining. As a new player to goal making, I've got like 300k. You think it's better getting double gathering and after a month of expansion dropping it for crafting ones? Yes. Yeah. Anybody that's okay, please do not consider this like a gatekeeping kind of thing. But I can back all of this up with logic and maths if needs be. But if you're going to go into Dragonflight with less than 1 million gold on hand, liquid gold, for the love of God, take herbalism and mining. There is no period of time in an expansion ever that is more profitable to go gathering than the first month of the expansion. Now, 1 million gold to most people who don't have 1 million gold yet sounds like an astonishing amount of gold that you could very justifiably say, why the hell do you need that much gold before you start doing crafting? And it's for two reasons. That when you're crafting, the best way to do crafting is to do it at scale. You can't do crafting at scale very easily until you have a lot of gold to be able to spend on materials in one go. You probably will spend 1 million gold on materials remarkably quickly. And look, have I died again? To put it in simple mathematical terms, if you spend 1 million gold on materials, craft a bunch of things and sell it, you're probably going to then, by the time you've sold everything that you've crafted, have 1.2 to 1.3 million gold. So you actually only went forward 300k. Now 300k you could acquire in 4 or 5 hours at the beginning of an expansion just farming. And that's 300k that you can gain in 4 or 5 hours with practically no risk. Right? There's a very obvious big risk in spending 1 million gold on materials in the first place, because you've got no guarantee that what you do with those materials is actually going to make you more. There's an element of expertise there. And it's a much, much bigger risk, which is why I always recommend, unless you're able to go into an expansion with a boatload of gold already, take gathering professions. Because there'll be players like me out there that won't want to do all of the gathering, but will have lots of gold to spend buying your materials. Let us take the risks, because we're practiced in doing it. That tends to be, like I said, I'm always cautious to not make it come across as like gatekeeping in any way, shape, or form. But if you're not able to craft at scale, you're much better off gathering. Your time is far better off gathering, unless you can be crafting at scale. Crafting 1 or 2 things, it's not worth doing. It's not worth doing. If you're going to craft, you should be crafting a whole bunch of different stuff and maximizing the time you spend doing it. If you're going into this from the perspective of gold making. That's what I should also clarify. Crafting looks like it's going to be really fun. The crafting is going to be really fun, I reckon, for the first couple of months of Dragonflight. But it's a harsh reality in WoW that it's a rich get richer scheme, and it always has been and it always will be. Which is why you need to kind of put yourself in a competitive position to begin with. Otherwise, somebody else can come along and undercut you and suck away your profits. And it's probably also at its most competitive in the early days for crafting as well. So Drakthir Claw extensions. Another bind on equip cosmetic that I'm not going to touch. There seems to be a whole bunch of cosmetics. Cosmetic BOEs. We love me some cosmetic BOEs, we do. That we do. Right. I don't actually need to be spending too much time herbing and mining right now. The main reason I was out here doing some herbing and mining was to find out a little bit more about how we get these awakened and rousing stuff. We seem to have cracked the code of that a little bit now. I could and probably should level my mining up a bit more, but it's not really something I should prioritize as a stream activity. I probably, if I'm being sensible, should be looking at making some leveling guides for the professions whilst we have cheat vendors. I really hope, I can't see why Blizzard would do it, but at the same time I can see them actually doing it. I really hope they don't remove the cheat vendors on the beta. I hope they leave the cheat vendors on Valdraken for professions. Because if they take those away, it's going to make it practically impossible to continue testing the professions in any detail. And that will mean that we are in a sticky situation of that what we know today is what we will probably know going into Dragonflight. And while I think we know a reasonable amount already, I still don't think we know half as much as it would be nice to know. Blizzard doesn't work on the philosophy of WoW. Why? Yeah, see, this is the concerning thing. This is the concern. I'm thinking of getting skinning just because of the first few quests when you reach the Dragon Isles. People are going to level up skinning in a matter of minutes. That's going to be a really, really good way to very quickly and easily steal up a whole bunch of skinning materials. As a primary leather worker, I cannot wait because I know full well that on day one I'll be able to drop a couple of million gold on leather that will have been very quickly and easily acquired by everybody leveling, and then the supply will dwindle quite quickly, I feel. It's another quest, one that I'm not going to do now, but yeah, it's weird, right? This tends to happen. I'm not going to get too into detail about this because it doesn't really matter yet. But one thing that does very often tend to happen is that the first few days of the expansion, you end up with just like copious amounts of materials kicking about. Because everybody's running around and everybody's like, right, the first thing I'm going to do is go mine everything up, and I'm going to herb everything up, and I'm going to skin everything in sight, and I'm going to make shitloads of gold. And then what tends to happen is by the time the first 8 to 12 hours of the expansion is gone on, and everybody realize, shit, none of this stuff is selling, it's all crashed in price, the competition on it is monstrous, and this pattern only continues and gets worse for the first couple of days. For the simple reason that most of the time, the materials aren't... Most of the time, the materials aren't really needed in much quantity yet. The big demand for materials tends to kick in just before the raid starts, which is, under normal circumstances, often 2 weeks after the start of the expansion. So the first 2 or 3 days, the materials start off really high, and they dip down, they dip down, they dip down, they dip down. They fluctuate a little bit because people are crafting things and selling things, but they dip down, they dip down, they dip down, and then they start to take a turn and spike back up. If you can buy a whole bunch of your materials in the latter part of the first week, by week 3, you'll be doubling your money on all of those easily. First weekend tends to see a peak in demand too, as people have done with their leveling and then spend the weekend working on professions. Yeah. The first few days are really interesting. It's like a bit of a roller coaster. It dips and then it skyrockets up, and then it levels off. It's good fun. But the one big variable that nobody's ever experienced before is the fact that we're going to have an expansion launch with all the materials being region-wide. That's going to be actually bananas, because there'll be some people who will see the supply of the materials across the entire region and will just be able to go to town. They will be able to buy as many materials as they practically want, as many materials as their pockets will be able to, allow them to. The opportunity for big goblins to do big goblin things is going to be gross. I kind of can't wait. Why is there a quest here that I can't see on my minimap? It's on my map here, but I can't seem to find a quest anywhere. Okay. Strange. Is it in here? No? I don't know. Well, I'm not going to waste too much time looking for it. I can already see the speed of the auction house. One other slight concern is that the auction house will just crash. It might just crash, but this could have a monstrous effect on how the launch plays out. Because if the auction house dies, which it very possibly could, when they launched 9.2.7, those first few days of 9.2.7, the auction house was up and down like a yo-yo. It was up 1 minute, it was down the next minute, it was laggy another minute. It was all over the place. And 9.2.7 was not even a stress test compared to what we'll see at the launch of the expansion. There was probably only let's say there was, there was maybe only 10% of the people playing in 9.2.7 that will end up playing at the start of the expansion. Can you imagine 10 times the traffic hitting the auction house than what happened in 9.2.7? Do we really think that their servers are going to be able to cope with that? I'm not particularly confident. I'm not particularly confident at all. I mean, on the big servers, it's hard enough to even log in. You get your ass punted into a great big queue for 5 hours. That's no fun for anybody. The auction house is going to get shredded. They've taken action on that. The API now has 5 times slower responses. I mean, that probably would, would alleviate the problem. Building in a delay for everybody is, arguably bad for everybody. But if it's at the this is more annoying. But if it's at the, if making the quality of it slightly worse for everybody keeps it up and working, that it's a net positive, I reckon. This was new, crashed and logged in and was still flying. Oh, Lord. So we expect a mega slow auction house in Dragonflight. I don't expect it to work at any great speed. I'm not overly hopeful that it's going to be super speedy. There we go. There's a Titan touched one. That's what I was really looking for. The Titan touched one's right on the top, isn't it? There it is. Regular Draconium deposit. Then a Titan touched Hockety Bloomy. This should give rousing order. It does. 3 rousing order. We'll take it. Nice. Having the Dragonflight items on your favorite list ASAP is a must. What I will probably look to do is set up a sniper list, because obviously I have multiple accounts, right? So I'll probably look at having a second account just constantly sniping for materials. Any material that gets listed below a predetermined price point will be a instant yoink. Now the thing is if I'm doing that, obviously they're region wide. Everybody else is doing that. This is why I feel that the entire system is going to be very different this time. Like the effect of the region wide auction house is going to be a lot greater, because everybody has access to the same pool of stuff, and everybody's desire to grab materials is going to be very large. They'll probably disable the API completely. It doesn't matter. What I mean is I'll be scanning in game. That's kind of what I mean. So TSM and sniping is going to be broken. No. It's the way when I refer to sniping, what there's how point blank sniper works, for example, is that what point blank sniper does is it does a regular auction house search. And when you do a regular auction house search, the first thing that it sends to you is the minimum price, the minimum listed price. Then what you can do is point blank sniper doesn't grab anything other than the absolute bare minimum price, which is what the auction house API gives you instantly. That's why point blank sniper is so quick, because point blank sniper doesn't care about anything else. It gets that basic list, and then all it does is it orders it. It orders that list and filters out stuff above or below certain thresholds. It's a very quick, very simplistic request. No different than you going to the auction house and pressing your favorites list. What is with these flipping things? Can they piss off? The reason why TSM Sniper is considerably slower is because the way TSM Sniper works is that it's not only... So it's doing a natural shopping scan, and a regular shopping scan is such that it requests all of the information about any given item. So more than just the minimum price, it wants to know all of the listings and all of the prices. That's why a TSM Sniper is so much slower. Point blank sniper can be really, really quick because it's doing nothing more than a regular auction house scan would do to begin with. Or it takes the very first step of the process and returns nothing more than the minimum listing price. It's actually quite clever. And when you think about it logically, when you're sniping stuff, that's all you care about. You don't care about the 500,000 listings of Desolate Leather. You only care if there's one listing that the very cheapest listing happens to be above or below a threshold. If something pops up, then maybe you can jump back in and you can explore further. But for the most part, all you care about is the minimum price. This is interesting. These new quests, by the looks of things, these are going to be Dragon Scale Expedition quests. They are. These are, presumably then, some of the bonus quest lines that you unlock through the Renown system. It looks like they've been implemented. Why does TSM do the extra step when post-scanning if you only need to know the minimum price? Because TSM Sniper runs basically like a permanent shopping scan. It doesn't act any differently. When you do a regular shopping scan with TSM, doesn't just request the minimum price. It then goes further. It sends a second API. I presume it's a second API call that then says, I want all of the information for that item. But for the purpose of sniping, that's not really essential. But it still does it anyway, which is why TSM Sniper's slow. I wonder, actually, have they, can we turn this in? Oh, what? 2100 out of 2000. There we go. Give me a Overflowing Dragon Expedition supply pack. I wonder if these have got a loot table yet. Should we find out? These are the Paragon chests. I wonder if this has anything in it yet. No. 107 Dragonelle supplies. Okay, they still don't have a loot table. Maybe we'll try again next week. I was thinking of that too, since it only takes 2k reputation, so it might just be 4 resources. Maybe. Maybe. What I would also like to point out that frustrated me somewhat is there's clearly been a fun detected moment. There's clearly been a fun detected moment because the one item that I raved about being really cool for the Dragonflight expedition has magically disappeared. The metal detector, which you unlocked at Renown 21 with the Dragon Scale expedition, has magically disappeared. So, definitely fun detected on that one. Kind of getting sick of 90% of my Twitter feed being beta key giveaways. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Oh, do these explosives work now? Place near blocked caves to clear the entrances. Handle explosives, handle with care. Ah. Actually, while I'm out here, we can talk to this guy. This guy has lots of patterns, apparently. We can jot down some of these while we're here in our little sheet of knowledge. Let me. So what do we got here? Sturdy expedition shovel, blacksmithing. What was it called? Oh, sturdy expedition shovel. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, it is there. Sturdy expedition shovel. Oh, what I don't easily have, is an idea of what renown this requires. Renown, Dragon Scale Expo. I need how many renown it needs to get it. Maybe I'm going to have to wowhead that one. Sturdy expedition shovel. This isn't going to tell me, is it? It requires blacksmithing 45. What I really want to know is what renown does it, the key thing here is what renown do you need? Is anybody on... Does anybody happen to be on the beta and be near this vendor? In fact, if this is a... Didn't it say 40? Yeah, that's the level, that's the skill that you need in blacksmithing to be able to craft it. I'm more interested in like pattern acquisition, right? So you need to, the first thing you're going to need to do is get your renown level up in some way, shape, or form. Oh, this dude is probably standing right next to the vendor as well, actually. Is it 5 renown for that one? Dragon Scale Expedition 5. I'll put the skill points if I know them in brackets. Or I could put renown. I could put the renown. No, I want to keep that separate. That's fine. I think that's how I'm going to do it. I could also boss Magor. Oh, look at my tiny little bar. How cute is that? Can we fix this real quick, please? I'm not flying around with only 3 vigor points. That's outrageous behavior. I really don't want to have to level up another character on the beta though, just to feel as if I'm adequately testing things properly. Oh no, hang on. Dragon Scale Expedition's over this way somewhere. I tell you what, one big advantage of playing on the beta is going to be that I understand the map. I understand the zones in so much more detail now than I did just a couple of weeks ago. Right, here we go. So yeah, renowned 5. Thank you for that. Let's jot down the other ones while we're here then. So schematic gravitational displacer is an engineering one. Engineering gravitational displacer. Expedition. Dragon Scale Expedition. What do we need for this? 9. And the requirements to actually... Maybe I put it this... If I put it this way around, actually. Dragon Scale Expedition 9. And then just put the requirements to use the pattern. Which is Engineering 50. That makes a lot more sense. Dragon Scale Expedition 9 and then 50. Where's my blacksmithing one? Let me change that. I think that's far more understandable, isn't it? So Dragon Scale Expedition 5. 40 is what is needed. And then you get it from Boss Magor. Somebody on the beta is saying that the crashes might be caused by in-game sound somehow and said that disabling them may help. I did notice, actually, it tends to happen a lot when I land with dragon riding. The boof noise, that's a possibility. Right, what else we got? Another schematic. Primal deconstruction charge. What? Primal deconstruction charge? That's also learnt by the trainer nowadays. How's that going to work then? You learn it from the trainer for engineering. Primal deconstruction charge. Oh, that's the easy throw. See, this one sets. See, this is why you can't easily rely on anything, it seems, at the moment. Wowhead seems to have the indication that the schematic primal deconstruction charge requires engineering 50. Engineering 50. Renown 9. To use the deconstruction charge, you only require engineering 1. But I'm nearly convinced. And then it says it requires skill 25 down here, which is also a bit of a what? Somebody just hit the Explorer's Expedition pack button, picked up 8 of them in a small area. It is possible, yeah. Okay, I don't quite know what to do with this now. If it's considered a trainer one, I'm going to keep considering it a trainer one. Unless they take it off the trainer, I don't know. Radiant Malachite. If I have one source for it, I have one source for it. If the trainer is the easier source, we'll leave it at that. If it changes, it changes. Radiant Malachite. Radiant Malachite. Renown. Dragon Scale Expedition 9 requires 30 points to be able to use the pattern, to learn the pattern. What? Expedition also comes from Boss Magor. Hang on, why is that there? Okay. Next page. Oh my god, there's loads of them. Loads of them. Energized Malachite. Energized. Dragon Scale Expedition 9. 30 skill again. Okay. Sensei's Neltherite. Sensei's Neltherite. There we go. Is this the same? 9 renown, 30 skill, same dude, okay. Right, well that's all of the fire gems located then. Keen Neltherite. There's another air gem, look. Renown 9, 30 skill. Formula Enchant Cloak. Cloak enchants. Where's cloak? Cloak enchants. Graceful Avoidance. Renown 9 requires enchanting 25. Rider's Assurance. Boots. Boots, boots, boots. Rider's Assurance. We're now 925. Oh my god, I've spelled expedition wrong. Everywhere I've copy pasted it. Oh, that's embarrassing. Expedition. Oh dear, that's embarrassing. Control H. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Where did we get to? Salad on the side. Oh, cooking one. Cooking. Salad on the side. Ah, my paste is incorrect. Okay. Salad on the side. Renowned 13 this time. 35 skill needed. Boss Magor again. Right, let's copy that one. Idol of the Lifebinder. Oh, that's the jewel crafting one. Oh, nice. I wondered where those came from. That's a big one off my list. Lifebinder. What renown do we need for these? 13. 50 skill needed. Do we get all of them? We get 2 of them. Idol of the Earthwalker. Same requirements. 13 and 50. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Change that to 50. The other 2 idols come from the Tuskars. Oh no, I'm going to be fishing on my Jawn Crafter. Lies. I won't be fishing. I'll just buy fish. I'll power it with gold. And it's wasting time fishing. Spring-loaded Casgarite fabric cutters. That sounds very engineering. Yeah, it does. Engineering tailoring tool. Engineering. Spring-loaded draconium? No. Spring-loaded Casgarite. Spring-loaded Casgarite. Dragon Scale Expedition 15 this time. With... Oh, hello. Hang on. 50 with... Yeah, 15 and 50. Bottomless Mushshire Ore Satchel. Mining accessory. Another engineering one. Right, next page. They continue. Renown may be account wide. Renown's going to be account wide, yes. But the acquisition of the patterns isn't, no. In fact, no. Even the renown isn't account wide. What am I talking? No, neither of it is. If you've unlocked something that's a cosmetic or just a tool, there are basically 3 things that are locked: weapons, armor, and profession patterns. Realistically, it's those three. Margin magnifier. This is jewel crafting. Jewel crafting profession equipment. Here we go. The margin magnifier. That's the one. We learn that at renown 15. We need 35 skill points in. The reason I'm jotting down the quantity of skill points needed as well is because this is going to become very helpful when I come to putting together leveling guides for the profession. Now, obviously, if something's initially locked behind 15 renown, it's not going to be very easy for people to just go and casually get 15 renown. But if they're lower down, you know, if they're like the first 5 or 6 or something, it might be more helpful to zip out, pick up a pattern to have an easier leveling path for the professions. That's the theory, at least. What's this one? Tailoring. First tailoring pattern. There's a blacksmithing item in Neltharius dungeon that requires 25 skill to use. No idea what it does. I think that's the forge that allows you to craft the blacksmith ingot, dragon ingot things. Master Wildercloth fishing cap. Master Wildercloth fishing cap. Dragon Scale Expedition, 15, 35 skill points. Master Wildercloth Chef's hat. That's got to be tailoring as well, right? Chef's hat. Comes from there as well. 50 tailoring skill this time, okay. Explorer's Banner of the Dragon Isles Geology. They've added a bunch of tailoring patterns to this. These weren't always here. Explorer's Banner of the Something or Other. Explorer's Banner of Dragon Isles Geology. Rank 15. Tailoring 40. And then the same again, but for the flora. These are two this is an interesting twist. I'm not quite sure how effective these will be, but place down a banner that focuses the will of nearby miners, increasing deafness and finesse when gathering for 10 minutes. The question will be is that if you have to stay in proximity of the banner, it becomes pointless. But if placing down the banner gives you a buff, and that buff stays on you for 10 minutes, that means that miners and herbalists will probably look to carry a bunch of these around if they're not too expensive to give themselves those stat bonuses. Sounds a bit like herb raiding, some group profession content. Maybe, yeah. Like, I've not been able to test this seed business yet. But in theory, I would imagine if you group up with a bunch of people and plant a seed, and if everybody gets to tap it, drop down a banner at the same time sort of thing, and it would make sense. It's kind of like the seed raids from back in Legion, yeah. That could be a thing. But we'll find out. Technique Renewed Drake Photo Manuscript Doodah. That's just a technique. Crystal Magical Lockpick. That's enchanting. Oh no, this is a tailoring one. Is this a tailoring one? Wildercloth, glittering parchment, iridescent. No, that's an inscription one. Inscription. Cliffside Wilderdrake. No. Renewed Proto Drake. Renewed Proto Drake. Spined horny thing. Renewed proto drake. Spined crest? No. Oh, spined hair. Oh, it is the spined crest one. Oh, okay. That's mighty confusing. It requires rank 15. It doesn't say... The tooltip doesn't say what skill in what skill in inscription you need. So I guess we don't know. Well, I can't tell people what I don't know. Fine. Whoa, easy now. Formula. That's enchanting. Crystal lockpick. Crystal magical lockpick. There we go. Renowned 16. We're moving up in the world. Renowned 16 and enchanting 25. Back to tailoring. Cold cushion. Keep your butt nice and cool. Renowned 17. And a tailoring skill of 25. Explorers League exploring tent. Place down an Explorers League tent to rest and relax under. Oh, cool. We can go camping. Nice. Explorers League exploring tent. It's got to be in this category, right? Surely. Really? I've got a market tent. I don't have an explorer's tent. Was that not on... Was that not on the unlearned list for tailors? Or did I just miss it? Okay, I need to check that one. Explorers League exploring tent makes a toy. Dragon Owl's tailoring 35, renowned 17. The easy way is to just jump on my tailor and check, isn't it? Jump on my tailor and check. Set up point blank. See if I can get my 10,000 herbs cheaper this way. Point blank sniper is very good. Explorers League Explorer tent. Don't let me forget that. There is a bunch of stuff that requires you to go to dungeons to craft it, which we'll see just how well that's taken, because under normal circumstances most people don't like that shit. Explorers League Explorers tent. It is here. I just somehow managed to... Somehow on my cheat sheet, I managed to miss it. Where does it slot in? Under these two. Explorers League. And that came from Renown as well. Well, there we go. Mystery solved. If the pots in Brackenhide are used for crafting, then you should be able to stealth in. Yeah, there is apparently some restriction, like Wu said, that until you kill a boss, you're sort of trapped. Unless there's some other shenanigans you can do. Pots are before the first boss. If it's before the first boss, then it may not be too bad. I think it was in relation to the altar for crafting something, or I can't remember exactly what it was. Renown 17 and tailoring 35. Renown 17. Let's change that. And tailoring 35 is needed. Right. Azaweave Expedition Pack. 34. Oh, your 34 slot bag. Your new shiny 34 slot bag is locked behind 19 reputation ranks. That's going to please nobody. Okay, luckily Dragon Scale Expedition is one that's not too hard to level. You also need to have tailoring skill 40. Alright, four more to track from this dude. Battle pass the shit out of everything. The truth be told is that these renown paths arguably is the content for the first patch. I'm gonna be approaching Dragonflight completely differently than I did Shadowlands. In Shadowlands, I barely stepped foot out of the auction house for practically 2 months, 3 months, however long it took for patch. Well, actually, the first time I stepped foot out of the auction house was when we went to Corthia. That was pretty much the first time I stepped out of the auction house. Prior to that, I didn't do much of the world content at all because there was no reason for me to. Hardcore crafting and selling legendaries all day was the way to make the gold. Now, though, it's a different story. I'm going to be playing the absolute shit out of the game in the first patch with, auction house account on the side. Simply because I'm going to need to get a whole bunch of my crafters to certain points with the different professions, with the different factions, sorry. But I'd prefer it that way. I'm not going to lie. I would much prefer to be out in the open world doing something than just cancel scanning in the auction house.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Thanks for the spreadsheet grind.
Thank you very much. Tier 1 for 16 months. GG. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, the spreadsheet grind is real right now. And it probably will be for a little while. Alright, contract, Dragon Scale Expedition. No surprises, the contract for the Dragon Scale Expedition is locked behind the Dragon Scale Expedition. Rank 19 is needed. And you also need to be a 35 level scribe. The Quack E is also locked behind, that's engineering. It's the reagent for a toy, I think. Yeah, it teaches you how to summon and dismiss a companion. You need 60 duck feathers and a quack E quack modulator. This is another. This is one of the first companions. It's like a combination of a crafted companion, but the quack E quack modulator you have to buy with Dragon Isles supplies. You don't buy it with gold. So there may for some time be some good market in these if you can pick it up. Get your engineering up. Uh, 21 renown. And how much skill in engineering? 50. Expedition multi-toolbox. The slight disappointment for me is that I do think that they could have, like, they could have taken. They've not really reinvented the wheel like they could have done with reputations. We've had reputations be the exact same thing for so long, and the problem is the more you look at it, the more you realise that the renown tree is just exactly the same as the reputation was. They've not changed anything. It's just it's lipstick on a pig is kind of the common phrase for something like this. Because you can see with the number, the ranks that you need to unlock certain things is conveniently very similar to, honored, revered, exalted. It's practically the same. Behind the scenes, it's fundamentally just the normal reputation system. There was I don't particularly like promoting the doom and gloom posts, but there was a very interesting post on the official forums stating, one of the dime a dozen posts, to be fair, but stating to the reason why they won't be playing Dragonflight and the reasons why they won't be playing Dragonflight. But a lot of the things that they shared resonated quite a lot in terms of the fact that every single expansion feels a lot like, a copy paste of every other expansion, or at least that's where they start from. They have like this default expansion model, and they take that default expansion model and they just, change the graphics a little bit. And the renown system is a perfect example of just that. They haven't actually changed anything. All they've done is they've given the reputation system a new lick of paint. But the reality is, behind the scenes, it's exactly the same as it always has been. And this is where Blizzard sort of lack that creativity nowadays. Hang on, duck stuffed duck lovey toy. There we go. There's that one. And it becomes far more obvious what's happening with all of this when you realize, when you start to break it down and when you start experiencing it a little bit. You very, very quickly realize that there's nothing different. It's just the regular old rep grind. They've not changed much at all, which is a bit of a shame. I don't think it doesn't deteriorate from the Dragonflight experience in any way, shape, or form, but same with Mythic Plus, as that started out as challenges back in Mists of Pandaria. Yeah, and this long-term desire for them to just have a default template piece of content that they just slap a new skin on it is a bit of an issue. This is why I don't really care for dungeons anymore. I used to really enjoy running dungeons, and they got, I wouldn't necessarily say super creative, but they did some interesting things with dungeons back in the day. The problem with dungeons mostly now I haven't tested Dragonflight ones, so I can't really quote, and I've deliberately not because I want to play them for the first time on live. But for the most part, dungeons, because they have to fit this template Mythic Plus model, they're all practically the same. All of the location of the mobs doesn't feel natural. It feels deliberate so that you can't stealth through more than a couple of things, you know? And they're often very linear paths. It's not like very rarely would there be a scenario where you just step into in a big arena and there's just like a land mass and there's bits and pieces all over the place and you just get to go in and you just get to, explore. Like you could imagine that, one of the dungeons you could go into and it's just a massive underground cave where it's not like one linear path all the way through. It's just a big open underground cave, for example. You haven't seen the Knockwood Offensive? Well, that's just got dragons in it. I'm aware that there is one with dragon riding, but of course there was going to be one with dragon riding. Without spoiling them, the Dragonflight dungeons are very different. One is literally just a zone map, and you have to use your dragon riding to move about. Okay, well, maybe they are changing them. But I've been less than impressed with their dungeons the last couple of expansions for this exact reason, that if they don't fit a Mythic Plus template, then, But I understand. I'm deliberately not paying any attention to the Dragonflight ones. So if they're different, cool. I'll enjoy them and maybe I'll run them more than once. Okay, there's Boss Magor. Min-maxed. Is there any... Does this dude give us any... This is a good way for me to showcase just how the reputation system works. I'm only level 1 Dragon Scale Expedition on this. My character's like level 61. This dude's like level 61. He's just a basic bitch character for leveling. My other alt is level 70 and is maxed the Dragon Scale Expedition. But on this character, I can go to the vendor, the quartermaster, and I still have access to all of the stuff that I've unlocked on my main character. So if I wanted to buy the cosmetics, for example, on one character, I wanted to buy some other cosmetics on another character, I could do that. I don't have to grind all of the Dragonale supplies on one character sort of thing. But what you'll then see is what is locked off. What's locked off and does still require me to grind the renown out is any power gaining stuff. So like the gloves here and the legs here. If I wanted to buy these on this alt, I'd need to level up. So any power gaining stuff you have to earn on that specific character. And that's the same for, they consider profession patterns a power gaining system. So you will need to, if you want to buy the patterns, you will need to level that character up to be able to buy them. Which is why I'm going into so much detail and trying to track them so people could sort of, pay attention to this ahead of time. That's the plan. Where's the innkeeper so I can log off quickly? Stand in the cave. Sometimes I wonder if people don't know about the auction house fee or cut, because some items on the auction house they could get more if they just vendor it. Oh yeah, it's very clear that people don't know. Very clear that people don't know. There's lots of stuff that people don't know about this game. And honestly, the more you play this game, the harder it is to, remember that. Because you can't, it's very difficult to unlearn something, but it's very difficult to appreciate that you don't know something before you don't know it. They've readjusted the values of some of these as well. In fact, yeah, they've started to go through and readjust the values of all the cosmetics and stuff now, which could be why those ones we were finding were broken, because they've done something stupid with them. Tuskar Vendar next. Maybe. What time is it? I can't lie. I'm getting real quite hungry. I've been putting in, or by my standards anyway, I've been putting in the hours streaming recently. So I think I'm going to take it a bit easier today. There's a possibility, although we'll see. There's a possibility that we get a new beta patch this evening because it's Tuesday. Yeah, it may, I think because of Wrath coming out, it may not necessarily come out today. They might wait till tomorrow or maybe even Thursday. But if we get something new to play with tomorrow, it would be good. I might need to take another day or so playing with the professions on with all the test vendors. Let's keep our fingers crossed that they don't turn off the test vendors for the professions. If they do, I'll be a real sad panda. But, you know, you can only work with what you've got to work with. But I am going to leave it there for today, I think, boys and girls. I'm going to go and get me some food. I'm getting remarkably hungry. For reference, the little cheat sheet that we're slowly putting together, that you'll see an awful lot on stream over the next few days and weeks. This is available for people to have a little bit of a poke around with if you are a supporter of the channel. This is consider it a early access pre-release. Obviously, I'm not pushing it out to the public, although if you were smart, you could probably just hoover up the URL. But this is available if you're a Twitch sub, a YouTube member, or a Patreon. You can have a little bit of a poke around and a play with this. Please, though, give me some feedback and suggestions on it. If there's anything you would like to see included or added or removed or whatever, let me know. But that's the closest to a sellout I'm going to come to because I'm not good at selling out. But anyway, hit that follow button if you haven't. I hope you enjoyed today. We'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you all tomorrow, boys and girls. Have a good one. Peace.